then what other bad news you can give me? Come on, tell me. God says only one will work at a time. When you do not allow your brain, which is ready to bow down to work, only the other organ will be working. The joy of bowing down, joy of relaxing, joy of namaha is one aspect of your brain. And the same way, power of asserting, power of standing up, the power of proving your identity is one part of your logic. Or I can say one aspect of your logic. And the identity which you show to the outer world, how people should remember you, that is one part of your logic, one aspect of your logic. The identity which you believe as you, in you, is one dimension of logic. Please understand. The identity which you show to the world as you, how you want people should remember you. That is one identity. The identity which you believe as you, in you, which you may not show to the world, but which you believe as you in you. That is one aspect of your logic. And the logic which bows down, which feels the joy of restful awareness, that is one identity. The logic which asserts, that is one identity. You have 21 logics functioning in you all the time, constantly in your system. But the problem starts when you expect consistency among these 21. Please understand. When you understand this 21 cannot be consistent, you only need to be intelligently playing with all the 21. It is called Medanadi. The innate intelligence. In Sanskrit we have a very beautiful word, Meda. Meda means innate intelligence. Person who can play with all these 21 logic, all the 21 aspects of your logic, without expecting consistency among them. Don't expect consistency. At some time you will feel like deeply devotional, sitting and chanting or singing or worshipping. At some time you will feel with logic, no, I think if there is ultimate, that is inside me. I want to experience that. I am that. There is nothing outside me. At some time you will feel, I think there is nothing outside, nothing inside. Everything is bogus. At some time you will feel, no, life is nothing but sense pleasures. At some time you will feel, no, life is nothing but power. A man who makes decisions when he thinks life is power is a Kshatriya. Man who makes decisions when he thinks life is all about money is a Vaishya. Man who thinks life is all about enlightenment and makes decisions based on that is Brahmana. Please understand, community is not based on the birth. It is based on the which part of the brain makes you make decisions. A man who thinks life is nothing but just sense pleasures and makes decision is ordinary worker. Which part of the logic plays a major role in your decision making decides what kind of person you are. And I wanted you to know, do not try to be consistent with one logic. You will be one-sided. You will be mentally retarded. A man in whom only one or two of these 21 logic is awakened is mentally retarded. A man whose all 21 logic is awakened not only will live beautifully among all the logics, all the 21 aspects, he will have something called extraordinary intelligence, innate intelligence, Meda Nadi. Please understand. The essence of life is Meda Nadi. Means living with all aspects of your life beautifully. The other day, one devotee came to me and said, Swamiji, my life is hell. I wanted to divorce my wife. Please bless me. I said, we bless only for marriage, not for divorce. Why don't you tell me your problem? What is her profession? I asked. She is BABL. He said, she goes to court regularly. He said, no, in the house itself she argues. The problem is, the logic of arguing will be useful in the court, but that will not be useful in the house. Unfortunately, when you bring your black coat to the bedroom, you are trying to be consistent. You are trying to use same logic in all aspects of your life. Understand, consistency is not life. At one point, you may need to use a kind of a logic. At one point, you may need to use a different kind of a logic. But when you start suffering between these different aspects of your logic, create confusion, you are adharmi. You destroy your own life. When you are able to play beautifully with all the dimensions and logics, see, actually when you encourage one and suppress all other, your whole life will be dull. Your whole life will be dead. It will be just useless. You will not have the Meda Nadi. You will not have the life based on intelligence. A man who thinks money is power, how he will think and make decisions, you will know. You can attack him. A man who thinks power is life, you know how he will think, and you can attack him and destroy him. But man who can play all dimensions of his logic, how will you catch him? Not only you can't catch him or destroy him, you will so badly fail. Understand, but I can catch you. Just by not doing anything, I can put you in depression, which I am already successful. In Zen martial arts, there is a beautiful technique. They will make the enemy, they will aggravate him left and right just by the facial expression. And that fellow will gather all the energy, courage, everything and jump. The master will just move, that's all. Go and hit on the wall. Now, Zen martial arts is a powerful process. They don't offend at all. But the fellow who is coming to offend will be dead. I think we are successful in Zen martial arts. Dharma means you understanding, you have 21 different logic functioning in you constantly. Swadharma means not trying to be consistent among them or trying to suppress one or two, having all of them and knowing when to use what and playing with them happily with restful awareness. Liberation means because of this restful awareness and the knowledge of how to play with all this logic, not having any suffering and not creating suffering. Please understand. Back to the three technical terms. Dharma, understanding, you have 21 different dimensions of logic in you, working constantly. Adharma means suppressing some of the logic and trying to be consistent only with one or two logic. Swadharma means understanding all these different dimensions need not be consistent with each other and able to play when you need to play what and able to surrender when you don't need to play. Understand? The ability to play with all the dimensions of your logic and ability to rest from all of them, relax. Ability to live with them and leave them is what I call swadharma, innate intelligence. If you have the ability of that, you know your swadharma. You have innate intelligence. You have medha. This is the exact meaning of the word, medha. Innate intelligence is medha. Medha nadi. When your kundalini energy awakens, that medha nadi only gets awakened. So you will be able to play all the 21 dimensions. The medha nadi is an extraordinary strength, extraordinary power. I tell you, not only, see, we all learn so much about ability to live, but unfortunately we don't understand the ability to live is a great asset. We are not giving emphasis on ability to live. Please understand, in the whole world, I have traveled so many countries and I have studied so many countries' cultures. I tell you, India is the best country to age gracefully. Because in our tradition, we beautifully taught the great science of living gracefully. But now, I can't use the same word because the Modernized India has gone to dogs. They are no more India. They are no more India. The traditional Indian village, where all these ideas are still alive, is the best place to age gracefully. I am telling all our devotees all over the world, if you have your family or friends in India, if you are above 70, come back. This is the country to live. Villages, not cities. Indian villages. Still in Indian villages, aged person is respected. He does not need to compete with youngsters. Please understand. Recently, one devotee from US, she came and she was talking. She was telling about some skin problem she was having and wanted healing. I asked, why don't you stop your makeup items, then the skin disease will become all right. I think you are having allergy with your makeup things. Why don't you stop? She just started having tears in her eyes. I said, why? Did I hurt you? She said, no, Swamiji. In our country, we need to compete with youngsters. So in my profession, in my job, I need to have a complete makeup. So the look plays a major role. So I need to look young to be in my job. I just felt, oh God. You need to know, she is 72. In India, we would have respected her for her age. Still in Indian villages, you don't need to compete with youngsters. If you are aged, you are respected. At least I can tell from my pre-monastic family, my grandfather, till his last day, he died after 90, above 90. Till his last day, he was the head of the family. He had all the wealth in his control. So he is aged, but respected. He is not unwanted. He is not dumped in some old age home, or he is not dumped as useless. Every day he is consulted. His opinions are taken. He is made to feel he is necessary. You are needed. In Indian culture, at least the traditional Vedic culture, we had a system of aging gracefully. And not only that, the elders also know the signs of living gracefully. Now, the aggression and the greed, neither these fellows learn the signs of living gracefully, nor the aging graceful happens. When you know how to live. See, even though my grandfather had all the wealth under his control, never he was using anything. Never it was the power-centric. It was respect-centric. We had two major things in India. When the moment he becomes old, he knows how to retire gracefully. And same way, our society knows how to make him feel he is needed. Now, these fellows neither know the signs of retiring gracefully, and nor the kids respect them. That's all. The fight goes on. People live in the fight and die in the fight. I tell you, if you know the signs of living, you know how to age gracefully. You can go back to your Indian villages and ask. In every Indian village, you will have at least two stories of either your grandmother or some old lady or old man fixing a date of his death and dying. Or the moment the old man dies, the lady also will die. Not suicide, just natural death. You will listen this kind of stories. At least 2 stories in every Indian village. Means what? They aged gracefully, retired gracefully, rested gracefully. The science of living, science of namaha, not mine, is one of the important logic of your brain. Science of living, understand, when we do not know the science of living, you emphasize too much on living. So you try to be consistent. Understand these 3 words, essence of the whole message. Dharma, Swadharma, Mukti, liberation. When you are free from the sufferings, because of all the 21 nadis fully awakened and living joyfully, you are liberated. You are free. So, carry this one truth today and share it at least with 5 people. Discuss. In Sanskrit, we have a very beautiful proverb. When you listen from a master, 1/4 is understood. When you think, the 2nd quarter is understood. When you discuss, 3rd quarter is understood. When you teach to others, 4th quarter is understood. So, now you heard, think and discuss. Come back tomorrow. Send me your questions when you discuss this truth. Send me your answers when you discuss this truth. Send me the experiences when you discuss this truth. So, and bring the persons who understood this truth or who have not understood this truth to tomorrow's satsang. So, bring all the 4. Your questions and questioners. Your answers, people who understood your answers. Bring all the 4 to tomorrow's satsang. I will attend to it. So, I bless all of you at this moment who are sitting with us in 654 places, in 214 cities, in 28 countries. Let you all achieve, experience, live, radiate, express and share the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you. सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples who are sitting with us around the world at this moment in 515 places, in 188 cities, in 22 countries. And many cities are with us in two-way connection. I am able to see Ohio, Seattle, San Jose, Los Angeles, Redondo Beach, Phoenix, Hyderabad. I am able to see all these temples. I welcome all of you. So before entering into the satsang, I remind you all, get back to Padmasana or Vajrasana or Samana Mudra. We will start the N experience. I am continuing on the same 119th sutra in Patanjali's Yoga Sutra. In the third chapter, 13th verse, altered states of awareness. Parinama avastha. Today I'll expand on the deeper aspects of the sutras. Yetena bhuta indriyeshu dharma lakshana avastha parinama vyakyataha. Yetena bhuta indriyeshu dharma lakshana avastha parinama vyakyataha. Let me explain the basic concept, what Patanjali is trying to express through the sutra. When you broaden your understanding, the strategy planning and the technical decisions you make about life drastically changes. That change, cognitive shift, brings the highest possible liberation in you, which expresses as the extraordinary Ishwaratva, leadership qualities in you. Please understand, I am translating Ishwaratva as leadership qualities. In the Ashtama Siddhis, Ishwaratva is one Siddhi. It is always translated and interpreted as becoming powerful. But I would like to translate that word Ishwaratva as becoming leader. Becoming leader is nowhere related to powerful or forceful. No. Just realizing by innate nature, you are a leader. And the extraordinary qualities of leader, I wanted to give you the example of Sharada Devi, wife of Ramakrishna. Till the last moment, she lived such a simple, humble life. Ordinary way of living. But she was the leader, practically, of the largest Hindu missionary organization, Ramakrishna Mission. Till the end, all the major strategic plannings and decisions were taken to her presence. Only with her consent and her blessings, all major strategic plannings were done. All major strategic decisions were taken. I can neither define her as powerful or forceful, but just because of her leadership qualities, a non-controversial acceptance about her decisions happened in the organization. Ishwaratva means becoming leader. When you expand your understanding, when you broaden your understanding in any area, suddenly you become Ishwara. You become leader in that space. Patanjali is trying to give us understanding in 5 fields how to become Ishwara, means a lord, a leader, liberated. When everything is under your control, you are liberated from it. For example, if your body is under your control, you are liberated from body. Only if you are liberated, you will become leader of the body. Our body will be under your control. If your mind is under your control, you are liberated from mind. Only if you are liberated from mind, mind will be under your control. Only if you are liberated from emotions, only you become higher than emotions. Only if the emotions are under your control, you can become leader of emotions. In every field, how to become leader, how to be liberated. When you have the broad understanding, your strategies change, your cognition changes, your experience changes. That liberates you. That liberates you. One example, Patanjali says here, Indriyeshu, senses. When you have complete understanding about senses, suddenly all your desire, greed for the sensual pleasures and your fear, what will happen if I don't have sensual pleasures, disappears. You will have a different understanding about sense and sensual pleasures. I am not saying you will throw away all the sense pleasures. No. Same way, I am not saying you will indulge in all sense pleasures. No. Neither suppression nor expression. An extraordinary understanding, a cognitive shift will happen when you have understanding about senses. Let me enter into that understanding. I'll take you step by step into the understanding about senses. See, when you are having a very narrow understanding about senses, a little bit of excitement which happens in your eyes when you see some scene or person whom you want to see, you are addicted to it. A little bit of excitement happens in your ears when you listen some sound or words which you wanted to hear, which you like, you are addicted to it. A kind of an excitement or feeling you experience in the tongue when you experience a food which you wanted to eat. You call that as a pleasure. You are addicted to it. I know people travel from country to country just to eat the food. Really? I can't understand. One person came to our satsang when I was in Paris. He was telling me, every week he goes to Italy. Of course, Paris and Italy is not too far away, but he drives all the way to Italy just to eat particular food. I said, I can't understand this. He made a comment. Same way, I can't understand. Why will you go from place to place to talk to people? Then I said, all right, you are in a different world, I am in a different world. Let us depart as friends. People go from place to place just to eat. People travel from country to country just to hear particular music shows, music programs. And the same way, a particular person's touch, when it excites you, you are addicted to it. When you have very narrow understanding about senses, you are having different kind of greed or fear to the senses. Please understand, I am making an important statement. A narrow understanding about senses drastically reduces the Kundalini awakening in your biomemory, in turn reduces the mitochondria cell energy level and makes your senses dull, but your greed violent, which makes a deep frustration and depression in your life. Narrow understanding is what I will call as caught in the sense pleasures. Vedic tradition again and again tells through hundreds of stories, incidents, suppression is not the way of life. But they go on insisting on vairagya, liberation. It's a big conflict. How can I not suppress but be liberated? Again and again Krishna is worshipped as a Jagat Guru, liberated soul, with thousands of women around him. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanuramardanam Devaki Paramanandam Vande Krishnam Jagadguru. Bhagavatam sings his glory as Jagadguru, master of the universe. Then how he can be a liberated being? Because he had a broad, complete understanding about senses. I am only telling, I wanted to make it clear. I only wanted to tell you, have broad understanding about senses like Krishna. Let me give you the definition of narrow understanding and broad understanding. Narrow understanding means thinking when certain object comes in contact with that sense, you experience excitement. The broad understanding, the right understanding is the awareness which is alive in you being sucked to that sense particularly intensely when those objects come in contact with that sense. Please understand. It is because of your awareness rushing towards that sense intensely, you experience the excitement, not because of the object coming in contact with that sense. I tell you, the life, awareness which you experience in you, in Anandagandha, if it rushes intensely towards any one sense, you will have excitement in that sense, for whatever may be the reason. If you know this truth, suddenly you will have a broad understanding about senses. Then you know, oh God, then just the object coming in contact may not be an immediate necessity, may not be an exact necessity for me to have sensual pleasures. With this understanding, many of your needs and greeds will disappear. Many of your fears will disappear. When you have a greed for certain man or woman in your life, you will have fear that he or she may not be in your life forever. After some time you will have fear, he may be there in your life forever. At one line, at one point, the may not be will be fear. Maybe after some time, at some point, the maybe will be the fear. Whether maybe creates fear or may not be creates fear, the fear will be there as long as the understanding is narrow. Understanding is too shallow. Shankara, very beautifully explains the initiation with a very powerful example called Brahmaragita Nyaya. In English, if I translate that Brahmaragita Nyaya, it will be called as B logic. Brahmaragita means when a bee wants to expand its family, it goes and picks up few worms and makes a small mud shell and keeps the worms inside, sits in the entry point, goes on creating intense sound. That sound is mantra diksha, initiation. In that sound, the worms will become bee. Just using the sense of sound, the bee is able to reproduce. It doesn't need any other organ for reproduction. You may think, why I give this example? Please understand, I wanted you to know, all your 5 senses can do the job of all other 4 senses without the need of other 4 senses. Your eyes can hear, smell, experience the touch pleasure and taste without the use of ears, nose, tongue and touch. Please understand. I have seen yogis. I have seen yogis physically able to play the other roles of senses through one sense. I am not even asking you to go to the extreme of physically demonstrating. Even if you have the understanding, your understanding, fear, greed about the senses will expand and make you as a leader. See, if you can practice Hatha Yoga, you will become leader even physically. I have seen my own teacher, Raghupati Yogi. He will take a thread and blow the thread just through the eyes. Through the eyes, he will release air. Inhale and exhale, he will throw the thread. I have seen another one yogi, Swami Bua. He was in New York. He was maybe 2 years before I met him in India. He wrote a beautiful poem about me, the greatest incarnation in the modern day, a very big poetry. He came all the way to meet me and present that poetry. And when he met me, he was more than 107. Very strong, steady, stable. The funny part is, just through the eyes, not only he was able to blow the thread, even the lamp, he lit a lamp and just kept near the eyes and blew it away through the eyes. The ability to use any sense for any purpose. I want you to know, any one of your sense can experience any other senses. This is one understanding. Second understanding, all your pleasure is not because of object coming in contact with the sense, but the awareness coming in contact with the sense. I wanted all our kids to be trained from the young age in the science of having pleasure by bringing awareness coming in contact with the senses. not just object coming in contact. I can give you the simple technique. Close your whole body with Sambhavi Mudra. Actually, when you use the Sambhavi Mudra and close the ears, eyes, nose, lip and the cheek, the whole body will be closed. Because cheek is the door for touch. That's why cheek plays such a major role in our romance, love, lust. It's a door. So all 5 doors, when you close it and bring your awareness to one center, you will see all 5 senses will have excitement. Even these roller coasters, why do you think people enjoy? Because when your body is completely twisted, made to run through in all directions, suddenly your life energy explodes and gushes to all the senses. That intense gushing causes you kind of a pleasure. That is why people are addicted to that adrenaline. That intense explosion comes out and felt in the skins like adrenaline. Otherwise, why do you think these theme parks have become such a big popular? Modern day Tirtha Kshetras. See, any country, if you want to know the backbone of the country, find out where largest number of people gather. In India, where largest number of people gather? Tirupati, Varanasi, Rameshwaram. Understand, when you bring the understanding the joy and excitement in the senses is not because of the object coming in contact with them, but your attention and awareness coming in contact with them. Your understanding about senses expands. Ramana Maharshi puts it very beautifully. A dog trying to chew the dry bone so violently, the dry bone pokes in the mouth of the dog, and from his own mouth the blood is coming, but the dog is drinking that blood thinking that it is coming from the dry bone. You jump on the senses so violently, so aggressively, the awareness which is coming from your Anandagandha and hitting your senses gives excitement and pleasure, not the object which is coming in contact with the senses. If the object is source of pleasure, see, if you eat 3 laddus, you feel intense pleasure in the tongue. But the 6th or 7th one says, no, I think now okay. The 10th or 11th one, no, enough. 12th one, you feel like escaping. If the object is responsible for pleasure, why when more and more is added, it is not adding joy? Same way listening. Half an hour you can listen. Few songs. If the same is repeated after 2 hours, you feel no, enough. After 3 hours, it's a torture. Sometimes even first half an hour is torture, that is different. Any sense experience, if object is responsible for the pleasure, it could, When more and more is added, it is supposed to expand and continue. Then why it is not happening? Same way, a scene. After a few minutes, you feel like, it's okay, let's see something else. The constant change is required because object is not responsible for the pleasure. It is the subject gushing into the indriyas, into the senses, which is responsible for joy. If you inculcate this understanding, many of your greed, need, fears related to senses will disappear. You are liberated from senses. Indriya vimukta. You became liberated from senses. Indriya vimukta. You become the leader of senses. Actually, when you imbibe this understanding and grind inside you, so many doors will open and so many understandings will happen. A man who lives with a broad understanding about senses, his kundalini is awakened and his mitochondria cell energy goes up heavily. He becomes a strong, energetic person to enjoy senses or to live the senses or to leave the senses. He will have the complete freedom to enjoy intensely or leave intensely. He can live or leave. Please understand. If you have the narrow understanding, your kundalini gets suppressed, your mitochondria energy level will be less, and you will neither have the power to enjoy, and you will have the tremendous, violent need to enjoy, which leads to frustration, impotency, and everything. It is called vicious circle. We call it Taitriya Redas in Sanskrit. If you have the broad understanding about senses, please understand, when you imbibe these broad understandings, your very thinking will be different. It will not be running towards a superficial sense objects. A nun is giving her lessons to all the high school girls who are leaving their school. In the farewell speech, she is saying, don't spoil your life just for 1 hour pleasure. A long sermon was over. One last row girl raised her hand. The nun was very happy that the sermon was received well, and she is raising the hand to clarify her doubts. Because that girl used to be very notorious and disobedient. Nun was very happy that her sermon was understood, and she has transformed the notorious girl. Girl stood up and asked, how do you make it long for 1 hour? If you understand, understand. If you are caught with the narrow understanding of senses, neither you will be able to make it long, nor you will be able to get out of the desire to make it long, which leads to frustration. When you have the broad understanding about the senses, first thing, you are free from it. Second thing, if you decide, you can make it any longer. Because the source of joy is Anandagandha, eternal. You will just see you are there forever. Another one important thing, with this broad understanding, your Kundalini will be intensely awakened. The very mitochondria energy level will be awakened. It will be different. You will be in intense joy eternally. Whether you have the other person or not, you will not even bother. You will neither bother to have nor bother to throw away. You will be just there. Having the broad understanding about the senses, and because of that Kundalini being awakened, neither you feel the need, and you have the extraordinary capacity to live. This liberated leadership experience is a virtuous circle. This is what we call Taitriya Urtvaredas. Please understand. The vicious circle of neither having energy, you will not have energy, but intense violent desire. This cycle is called vicious circle. Taitriya Redas, you will have extraordinary energy, but no desire. This is called Urtvaredas, virtuous circle. Just a cognitive shift in the understanding about sense liberates you from sense and makes you a leader in the level of sense. Same way, time, lakshana, if you understand about time, here Patanjali speaks about 5 aspects. I'll deal at least 2 today. We have dealt Indriyeshu, Indriya, then next Lakshana, time. If you understand, please understand this important truth. I am revealing a sacred secret about time. Living in present is impossible. We always have a big theory, live in the present, that is enlightenment. No. It is impossible. Live in past, present, future, all 3 put together at a time. That is liberation. Just yesterday I was teaching to my disciples how to conduct satsang. I told them, just make some statement before thinking. And after that, take 1 hour to justify it. That is the secret of satsang. Now I made a statement. Now I have to justify. Understand? Of course, I have made a statement without thinking, but it is truth. I have made 2 statements. Living in the present is impossible. I am challenging all the gurus, sad gurus, who go on teaching, live in the present moment, you will become enlightened, and who are giving advices freely. I wanted all of them to know, if you are teaching people to live in the present moment, you are making them schizophrenic. I am asking, after all, at this moment thousands of seekers are sitting with me, in front of me. You all would have tried to live in present enough number of times. Then the number of times you tried to have pleasure through the senses. At least when you try to have pleasure through senses, few seconds you will have pleasure. But when you try to live in the present moment, even that few moments you will have only fear. When will I lose this present moment? I tell you, living in the present moment is the conspiracy created against the humanity to control human beings by these pseudo-gurus. If a psychiatrist promises you he will cure you, he is not only a liar or just hypocrite, he is a criminal. How the psychiatry is built on a false promise people can be cured. There is a big group of pseudo-spiritual leaders build their tradition and the philosophy by promising people will be liberated by living in the present moment. No. Living in the present moment is impossible. Come on, try. Present moment, present moment, present moment. Already it has become past and future. The very idea, present moment, one part is already swallowed by past, one part is still coming out of the present. It is like when child comes out of the womb, death is swallowing the child. The mouth of the womb and the mouth of the death has no gap. In that gap you are trying to live. No. Then what is liberation? Liberation means living in all the three at a time. I am present in my past, in my present, in my future. Means all three has become part of me, from me. I am the womb from which all three are getting delivered. Please understand, if you try to live in present, you will have the dent of the past and future in that egg. Just look at this moment, try to be in present. You will have that underlying sorrow you carry from the past, under the underlying insecurity you have about future, will be there part of this egg. Then how can you hatch enlightenment? Egg from hen cannot hatch horse or tiger. Paramartha Guru, a great intellectual, and goes around the world and gives advice freely, had a great disciple team. One day he said, I want a baby elephant. Please go and bring it from market. These guys went there. They saw an elephant with mahout and asked, we want baby elephant. We are ready to pay any amount. Please get us a baby elephant. By talking few minutes with these fellows, the mahout realized these guys are fools. So he said, wait, by evening it will lay the eggs. You take the eggs and keep it on in your ashram. And then, after a few days, the baby elephant will come out of the egg. So these fools waited. By evening, that elephant dropped. And all the disciples were very happy seeing the elephant dropping. And they started singing and dancing around the drop. And they asked the mahout, when will the baby elephant come out of it? The mahout said, you have to take this very carefully and keep it in your ashram and wait for 21 days. Maybe once in a while sit and chant Bhagavad Gita and pray. So when the baby elephant comes out, it will also start chanting Bhagavad Gita. Pregnancy care. And gave all the instructions, took 1,000 gold coins, sent the disciples' team with a drop of elephant And these great disciples, very intelligent, carried the drop and kept it in the ashram, sat around, started meditating, contemplating, chanting, doing everything. You know, after the 21 days, what they would have got? They saw few worms coming out of the elephant drop. They thought these worms only will grow and become elephant. They caught hold of all the worms and feeding them. They said, oh, really now we are going to have at least 200 elephants because 200 worms are there. And they waited. The end, what they would have got, you know. The hen's egg cannot give birth to tiger. At this moment, when you try to live in present, when you have the deep suffering of past and fear of insecurity embedded inside this egg, how can this egg give birth to enlightenment? No. If somebody is saying that live in the present moment, you will become enlightened, be very clear, he is hypocrite and he has not practiced and achieved enlightenment. Enlightenment happens in you when you live in all three space, past, present and future. How to? Just understand, time does not exist. Time does not exist. Just think, suddenly all the clocks and calendars disappear from the planet Earth. What is time? What is this foolishness? BC, AD. How do you know it is 211? What is calculation of time? Ultimately, time has no sense. The idea is brought to our life for the sake of simple understanding of day-to-day life smooth running. The greatest conspiracy called civilization has been forced upon the human beings who are expecting all of us to wake up at some time and be in a certain place at some time. Even we, the mystery schools are caught in that time. No other way, because you guys are already programmed for it. I have to take you only through that and get you out. What is time? So remove all the intellectual understanding and the day-to-day life of pressure about time on you. I know one Swami, Sundananda. His name was Swami Sundananda. He was living in Mangalore. He is a Swami from Ramakrishna order. I can say, one of a rare gem who managed to get enlightened in spite of being in an organization. This guy will have 12 clocks in his room and some 40 alarm timepieces. Somebody asked him, why? And each one will be showing its own time. 12:30, 1:30, 2:00, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 4 o'clock. He will say, whenever I wanted to have whatever time, I will take that clock as the authentic. He says, now I want time should be 2 o'clock. I see, this clock is right. Now I want time should be 7 o'clock in the evening. Oh, this clock is right. Time does not exist. What are the bases with which we measure time? Earth is rotating itself and going around the sun. I want all of you to know it's a lie taught to you by the limited visionary scientists. I am telling you very clearly, sun is going around the earth. No, I am going to reveal the truth to you. I am not saying earth is going around the sun. No, it is a lie taught to you by the short-visioned scientists who can see only some few thousand galaxies. I tell you from my authority, not only a man, the consciousness who is seeing all galaxies, the consciousness from which all galaxies are coming out and merging, sun is going around the earth. Please understand, all movements are comparative. All movements are comparative. Just understand. Imagine, visualize that this is a ball, this is sun, and this is planet Earth. It was supposed to be, this is supposed to be rotating and going around. This is what the scientists are saying. But I tell you, they came to this understanding because they take this as a center. From this part, they are measuring the movement. But I am telling you, from the source when you see, not just this is going around this is also going around this. Because this going around this takes billions of years beyond our comprehension, we emphasize only this going around this. Understand? This going around this only can be calculated by these short-sighted scientists of NASA, all astronauts, all space scientists. Because they can calculate only few billion years. I tell you from the conscious source, from where the time and space comes out and goes back. This is going around this, which takes few more billion years, that's all. Then where is the question of time being calculated by this going around this? No. The very idea with which time is being calculated is a comparative reality. So today, all of you contemplate this one truth. Sun is going around the earth. And I wanted you to convince at least 5 people about this truth. Sun is going around the earth. Hope all of you understand what I am saying. Because we are staying in earth, we are able to see only few thousand years imaginarily. We talk only the earth going around the sun. But I am telling you, from the source of all movement I am seeing, the sun is going around the earth. Earth is going around the sun, but sun is also going around the earth in the whole cosmos. Actually, if you want to really measure the time, you should take sun going around the earth as the base scale, because in that way you can measure more billions of years. So the right scale of time is supposed to be sun going around the earth. not earth going around the sun. For teaching the earth going around the sun is teaching superstitions to us. Short-sightedness. They do not know the science of time. I am challenging them. Sun is going around the earth should be the understanding and base for measuring time. Then you can measure more billions of years. That is the reason the Vedic calendar is the calendar which can measure and calculate largest number of years precisely. Because we look at from the time, we look at the time from the zone beyond time. Kala atitaha. We look at the deha from dehatrayadita. We look at the time from kalatrayadita. So I want you to understand, your vision and understanding about time is short-sighted. Have broad understanding about time. You exist in past, present, future. Please understand. I'll give you the example of present moment as egg. This has a trace of all your past and all your future and present. If you go on trying to be in the present, avoiding the past and avoiding the future, how are you going to deliver enlightenment? No, it will be an aborted child. Just understand, the past and future is part of you. Sit on the egg means remembering the past and future inclusion is present. So whenever a wave comes from the past, understand the wave from the past is also coming in present. So don't hate saying that it is past. No. Understand? Just because you are already experienced that, it does not mean it has become past. It is happening only in this moment. For example, what you call as past? If you are getting the third laddu, you call this as a past experience. Oh, I already had two, so third is past. No, this laddu is present experience. This sweet is a present experience. If you remember a experience which you had 2 years before, you think, oh, past is disturbing me. No. The thought which you are having at this moment about what happened 2 years before is not past, it is present. The thought is present. Your idea about future is wrong, short and narrow. That is why you constantly struggle to live in present. Even if you are sitting and cherishing or remembering all your glorious past, you are in present. Because the remembrance and cherishing happens only in present. Past is a dead screen. In that no scenes can appear. If any scene need to appear, you need to have a light of present moment, awareness. So when there is a light of present moment, awareness, how can anything be past? For example, here is a projector. In that projector, the light is the present moment, awareness. But the scenes are being shown which happened in 1950. You think, oh, I am seeing a movie related to past, it is not enlightenment. No. But the awareness through which you are seeing the 1940 movie, that awareness is present. That awareness is this moment. So awareness is beyond time, whether it makes you experience past, present or future. Whatever may be the experience you are having on your inner space, the awareness which is responsible for that is present. That is why I am saying, be inclusive of all three. Do not hate or reject past or future. Be inclusive of all three, you will live enlightenment. Nitya is not living in present, it is living in all three. The large, broad understanding about Kala, Lakshana, time, liberates you from time. Today, we will dedicate whole day meditating on how to be in all three at a time. See, now, if you are having a thought about something which has happened 2 years before, does not mean you are in past. You are in present, knowing your past. If you are sitting and thinking what is going to happen 2 years after, don't think you are in future. You are thinking about future in present. So you are all inclusive. Carry this understanding in you like a light, fire. Put this fire on at least 5 people. If they create doubt in you, they have finished off your fire. They have blown away your fire. If you create understanding in them, you put the fire in them. Come back tomorrow, either fire and 5 more people with fire, or the blown away darkness, at least come back. So tomorrow bring either the questions you had when you transacted, or answers you got when you transacted, or the satsangis you got after you convinced them. To the satsanga, still I am not getting large number of emails. I think people are not practicing much. Today I will announce a special email ID to which I request all of you to do this homework and send a report. Don't think I am not seeing. I am seeing. So I don't want this to be just like some Bhagavata Pravachana. Rama came, Sita came, they fell in love, got married, and Sita was kidnapped by Ravana. I don't want you to be just sitting and listening to some stories. No. I want this to be a mystery school where you are taught every day the truths and you work with it. See, the big problem is we are just sitting and not interacting and doing it. It will all just enter this year and go away through this year. I don't want you to have that. So our people are very sharp. They already created an email ID. nsharing@nityananda.org will be the email ID. Please send your replies and responses. I want you to work on it. Only the responses and replies I receive, I'll consider as satsangis. And I wanted to let you all know, if you are every day working and sending me the reply, I'll see that you will levitate and experience Kundalini awakening within 21 days. I give you the promise. I enroll you in mystery school, in my inner space. When I enroll you in mystery school in my inner space, naturally the effect on you will be different. You will experience the N effect straight away, whole day. Go and talk to people, convince them about this one truth every day which I am giving. You will see suddenly the many ideas and understandings which you never got from me verbally, you will get it. You will suddenly download when you share, when you convince others. If you don't get people, go to the malls, stand there and have a small board. I have a great sacred secret. Are you interested in listening? Which can transform your life. Do you have depression? Contact me. I can give you solution for some of your life problems. Have a small board, go and stand in front of a mall. Have courage. And I tell you, it will make you enlightened. So this one truth. Now, I want you to sit with this one truth. Sit. Even if you think about past or future, don't hate yourself. Don't cut, oh, I am thinking about past, I am thinking about future. Drop your axe. By using axe, you become ox. Drop your axe. Stop cutting. Even if you are thinking about past, oh, I am thinking about past in present. I am thinking about future in present. So, now I am sitting in all-inclusive space. My fears about the future, my worries about the past is inclusive of this present moment I am experiencing. Sit in present just for a few minutes. You will experience the great sacred secret Patanjali is revealing in the sutra about time. So the remaining part, the bhuta, avastha, dharma, tomorrow we will work on it. Today, one understanding. Get back to Batmasana, Vajrasana or Sukhasana. Sit in Samana Mudra, will start the N experience. Let you all become Kalatrayaditaha. Close your eyes. Let the Kundalini energy be intensely awakened in all of you. Have that intense awareness, whether it's a past or present or future, you are experiencing in this moment, all inclusive. Let the Kundalini Shakti be intensely awakened in you all. Let you all become Kalatrayaditaha. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. I bless you all who are sitting with us around the world at this moment in 668 places, in 241 cities, in 29 countries. Let all of you achieve, experience, live, express, radiate and share the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
नित्यं मन्त्रं नित्यं यन्त्रं
सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees and disciples who are sitting with us around the world in 731 places, in 197 cities, in 25 countries. God, the number is not just growing, it's exploding. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. And many of the ashrams and temples have started joining in two-way video conferencing. First, Phoenix. Yesterday, Phoenix joined. I'm welcoming Phoenix. Jayesh Bhai, welcome. So, Los Angeles, Seattle, Ohio, San Jose, Hyderabad are the other cities I am able to see. I am seeing on two-way. And Los Angeles as an LBP Acharya training, teachers training starting tomorrow. My blessings to Los Angeles and for LBP Acharya training. And I have many messages from many satsang centers, very emotional. One from Atlanta Satsang Center which says, Swamiji's words are really touching our hearts, and it's really sad to hear the harassment, abusal, false charges are still continuing. Swamiji rightly said that we will fast on March 2nd. If needed, we will fast till death. On behalf of Atlanta Center, I'd like to announce that all devotees here will observe fasting on March 2nd, and we will send support letters signed with blood very soon. Let's all join our hands to destroy negativity for global peace. This way, we are getting letters continuously from all corners around the world, and this is another one letter from Ma Nitya Sarva Bhaktini. I do not know from which center. They had Paduka, they had Vibhuti in their Padukas in the center, maybe Bangalore. So, so they sent a photograph of Vibhuti appearing in the Padukas. My blessings to the center. Some more letters are there from many centers who are really sad to see the abusals. Today I am continuing on the same sutras. Yesterday's sutras, the 119th sutra, chapter 3rd and 30th verse, 1/3 verse. Altered states of awareness. Etena bhuta indriyeshu dharma lakshana avastha parinama vyakyataha. I think I read out the translation yesterday. Today I'll start exploring one dimension of this sutra. Yesterday I was revealing one truth related to the sutra. One, when you expand your understanding about the different states of awareness, your fear, greed, joy, everything changes. Naturally, many of the problems which you think as problem disappears. When the awareness is too clouded, too narrow, sees even a mustard seed as mountain. Please understand. I'll define enlightenment. Enlightenment means having expanded complete understanding about the cosmos continuously, and ability to maintain that understanding in your muscle memory and biomemory continuously. That's all. I'll give you one example. If you sit and watch some movie which is related to space, where they explain in a very detailed and in a very interesting way sun, moon, other stars, other galaxies, the whole cosmos. You see that kind of a movie, especially if you see in IMAX theater. For 3 hours, you are completely transported to a different space. Suddenly, when you come back and understand, oh, you are coming back to the planet Earth, and your continent, your country, and your state, your city, your village, finally the compound where you are staying. You will feel, oh God, such a huge universe. What are we? Small dust and ants, human beings. We are fighting for such silly things. I always used to feel whenever I land in a flight, when you are there, the whole universe, the whole cosmos is there. By the time the flight lands into the compound wall of the airport, you know this useless, idiotic system of the state, country, politics, ownership, land. When the aircraft is landing inside the compound, when the compound wall of the airport is growing and growing around you, you just know, God. Where was I and where am I? That is exactly I feel whenever I open my eyes. Where was I? Where am I? All happens in you is just desha. See, Patanjali here uses the word, very beautiful word. He uses the word bhuta. Just you had an understanding about bhuta, elements. For the 2 hours when you saw that IMAX movie, or the 2 hours when you are in the flight, you had a broad understanding about elements, that's all. Just that one understanding has suddenly shifted you to a different space. If you can catch what I am saying, you will understand. To us, if you see some movie related to space, and slowly get back to this so-called ugly, dirty, third-rate, abused reality. That is a truth. The moment you enter land, the moment aircraft lands on the airport, you know your very consciousness is getting into a kind of an ideological prison. Wow, now it is this state, this country, these are the law, these are the rule, these are the regulation, this is the way you are supposed to act. Poor human beings. If you just have the understanding of an element for only 2-3 hours, how you feel when you come back to this foolishness. Oh God, how nice it will be if I stay there itself. I am giving you one example. I have seen when the flight is high in the sky, whole thing looks like a small dust, and you don't bother who is Prime Minister, who is President, who is Chief Minister, who is Governor, who is police, who is lawyer, who is judge. The moment you land, especially slowly when the walls of the airport is seen bigger and bigger, from there if you see, actually it looks like a matchsticks arranged. When the matchsticks grow to a 10 feet wall, and when you come down, suddenly you realize, oh God, you are in a large prison. Understanding about one element for few hours itself can give such a liberated experience. Then understand all the 5 important factors: time, element, state, awareness, and sense organs. If you understand all these 5 in a very broad way, then understand the depth of the freedom you will experience. A man who never accepts any meditation technique or any ideology related to surrendering or practice, J. Krishnamurti, even he accepts sitting with everyday sunrise and sunset. That is only ritual he promoted his whole life. During sunrise and sunset, he asks you to sit and surrender yourself to the whole. It's a very powerful technique, I tell you. Just during sunrise and sunset, sit. You will suddenly feel, God, universe is too big. Your problems are too small. The foolish few thousand, few hundred acres which you can fence it and have it as yours. And the dirty, foolish things for which you are wasting your whole life is nothing but small pebbles lying around here and there. The diamond and gold for which you sacrifice your whole life. When you understand life is bigger, broader, in these 5 dimensions: elements, sense organs, nature attributes, time factor, awareness states. In these 5, even one, if you understand, so much of freedom is experienced. I am not saying if you understand and experience that freedom, you will dump all this. No. You will give importance to all this, how much needed to be given. Not more than that. I'm really telling you, it is good to have a kingdom, but it is very bad for kingdom to have you. Your inner space is too valuable. Yesterday, lady, I don't know whether lady or male or female, sent an email to me. It's kind of an anonymous email. There she was criticizing why this jewelry, color dress, throne. Truth does not need fancy wrapper. I wanted her to understand, truth that does not need fancy wrapper, but the moment you think this is a fancy wrapper, the truth which I say will not be helpful for you. Just get lost. I am a simple man who likes simple things. Please understand, I am a simple man who likes simple things. When I say simple, the best things is what I like, that's it. And I wanted this free to know, neither this throne is gold throne, nor this cloth is very costly. Actually, this cloth is cheaper than the cloth which I used to wear. I'm just making fun of her, but the truth is, this cloth is cheaper than the ordinary cloth. This cloth is meter $1. The whole dress which I am wearing may be $6 to $7, that's all. And surely that lady is wearing much more costly dress than me. I can be sure. If somebody gives $6, I can give this dress. It's only that much worthy. And that lady who wrote the email must be sitting much more costlier sofa than this throne. This whole thing may be costing some $200, $300. It's a copper made, it's not golden. But she must be sitting in much more costlier chair than this throne. She must be wearing much more costlier dress than this dress. This looks pretty, why are you jealous? Just because this looks good, she thinks it is costly. And even the energy beads which I am wearing are simple, ordinary Rudraksha with ordinary beads. It looks very pretty because of two things. One, my disciples made with a lot of love. Second, I am wearing it. And I am very clear about it. It is not that I am hiding, or I am showing. Today I did not wear because our energy bid in charge was having some other work, little busy. She did not make anything new, so I did not wear today. Anyhow, tomorrow I am going to wear. Don't think I did not wear because lady wrote email. No. And moreover, our Indian traditional dress, furnitures, jewelry, all this has been abused, defamed, made us out of fashion. So here I am trying not only to tell the truth to the world, I wanted the Indian fancy wrapper to be promoted to the world. So I am warning that person, these guys may be you will be really happy if you go to some sad gurus. And I sincerely recommend you find out very soon some sad guru in your life and carry on with your journey. I am going to be sitting in thrones. I am going to be wearing Indian energy bead jewelries. I am going to be wearing Indian clothes in Indian way. Actually, the original truth is all these things are completely cheaper than any middle class Western furniture or any middle class Western dress or any middle class Western jewelry. That's the truth. But because it looks pretty, you think it is costly. So you should find out the reason why it looks pretty. Don't come to the wrong conclusion. So it cannot be, just because it is pretty, don't think it is costly. I wanted everyone to know, I wanted to solve this problem once for all. I am not only interested in keeping the spiritual sacred truths and sacred secrets alive, I am interested in keeping the Vedic culture, tradition, Vedic way of eating, Vedic way of dressing, Vedic way of sitting, Vedic way of furnitures, Vedic way of living, Vedic way of medicines. I am interested in reviving, keeping everything alive. I sincerely recommend and promote all our disciples to use and live as many ways as possible in Vedic way. Whether it is a food or dress or jewelry or furnitures, anything. So I am answering this question and attending this problem once for all. Understand? Just if in one element, if you are liberated, how you feel, when you land, how you feel bound, in me through all five characteristics I am liberated. When I land, how I feel. But still I land just to tell you how it feels up there. And these perverted minds, which are caught only in the throne, why did you look at the throne? If you are looking at the throne, you are not watching the satsang. No, really, many of our disciples, at least who are feeling connected to me, they don't look beyond this frame. They don't even remember. They may be looking at the dress, the color or the jewel, because it is inside the frame. Other than that, I don't think anybody is bothered about the throne. If you are bothered about the throne, either you are jealous or you are agitated, irritated. That old little lady staying in the neighborhood, and screaming and shouting and irritated about anything and everything happening. Whether it is raining or shining or snowing, she will be irritated and cursing everybody and everything. If you are that kind of person, let God save you. But the problem is, when He gives His hand to save you, you will only see the energy bead jewelries and criticize that also. So let you save yourself if you can. Because why should I give the hand if they are not going to hold that and come up? If they are going to use that also to criticize once more. Not only I am wearing, I am telling that person who wrote the email very clearly, I am making enough large quantity of jewels. I myself sitting and designing also. All my ashramites, brahmacharis, brahmacharinis, everybody is going to wear. Unfortunately, all this rich Vedic way of life is not promoted with a glamour or the charisma. All the people who are charismatic started using all the Western things and dumped the Eastern things. And all the fellows who are using the Indian things, those fellows are almost living in dustbin. They did not have any charisma, so they were not able to add glory to the Indian tradition and culture. So I have decided to build a structure with charisma and promote the Vedic symbols, the Vedic way of life. I have decided not to depend on any other models to promote the Vedic tradition. It's time we promote all Vedic way of life directly. So today I am announcing an important announcement, and I am dedicating this announcement and this activity to this person who wrote this email. All our ashrams and temples and satsang centers should have an energy bead jewelry shop. And I declare using energy bead jewelry helps in your levitation, physical healing, mental healing, and spiritual enlightenment. So I recommend all our devotees, disciples to use as much as possible energy bead jewelries. And the way I am dressing, it's called Yoga Vastra. This kind of dress, and if you can, even make this kind of thrones and use in your office. Oh, really? I can do the mass production and start supplying. Really, I am telling you, in US, I have seen all these massage chairs and these, that, easily cost $2,000, $3,000. But this whole chair costs only $200, not more than $200. And I don't think in US you will get any good chair for $200. The US ordinary seat which I am using, the many discourses you will see, not the throne, the ordinary seat, that has costed $700. I know. Just ordinary sofa. And for the $700, I'll make a bigger golden throne than this. Anyhow, I am adding golden throne also, one more product in energy bead jewelry. We will start producing golden thrones also in mass and supplying. It's time all you guys in your office have one throne. You are all kings. Now this lady, if she is watching this satsang, just disappear somewhere. What do you guys mean by criticizing our way of life? I don't come and criticize your way of life. Why are you criticizing my way of life? So I am telling all our devotees, disciples, use energy bead jewelry, wear this kind of Indian way of dressing, and sit in golden throne. Let us revive this way of life. And I tell you, energy bead jewelry, any part you wear, that part nadi will be awakened. Whether it is on the throat or on the kurma nadi or on the Masya Nadi, any Nadi. This is Kurma Nadi, this is Masya Nadi. Any Nadi you wear, that Nadi will be awakened. And these thrones, you can't, if you have back pain, sit in this throne for 2 weeks, it will be completely healed. Because you have to always sit straight, balanced. Sit in this kind of seat, it's a 90 degree. Naturally, you will not have any back pain, neck pain, or any pain. I am a person who is sitting for hours and hours and hours. I am telling you, I am promoting and advertising. For so many, almost 10 to 12 hours I sit a day. Sitting 10 to 12 hours a day, I am not having back pain because of this type of thrones. So I am promoting this, and now I will make in mass and start selling it, sending it to all the countries all over the world. All our acharyas, our disciples, our devotees in your house use this kind of seats. And I will make it available just less than $200. We can do it because it's not gold. It's actually a plastic sheet, gold painted and stuck in such a way, and it looks like gold. And the artwork is done. And I was also thinking, these artists have lost their job because of these modern day furnitures, and this whole art is dead. Now I wanted to revive it. I wanted to revive this art because it's handmade, it's a handicrafts. And I'll revive this art. So I'm dedicating this whole department and revival of this art to that person who wrote this email. You should have kept quiet, at least should have seen only me in the throne. Now she has to see everybody in the throne. It is not fancy wrapper, it is a fashion statement I am giving. And I wanted really our way of life, our way of eating. I want all our disciples to learn eating in the hands, eating with the hands, not using any object between your food and your mouth. Use the hand, feel the food. Annam Brahmeti. Food is God. Sense it, experience it with your hand. And then imbibe it. When you touch with your hand and imbibe, you are hugging the food. First of all, they don't eat fresh food. Somebody packed somewhere and you need to dump it inside to run and do your job. Poor New Yorkers, how they eat I have seen. While they drive or run, between the ears and the shoulder, cell phone. In one hand, the car. In the other hand, a sandwich. And between the thighs, hot coffee. And go and hit somebody, get ticket. Not only get ticket, when you hit somebody, that hot coffee will spill all over. And I have some injury also. We eat in a rich way. We sit comfortably, put banana leaf, dump all the fresh food, hot, and mix it nicely with hand, and do it like a ritual for 2.5 hours. And I am proud about it. I am not feeling sad about it. And I am not feeling guilty about it. So I sincerely recommend all our disciples, even if you eat only twice a day, eat like this. Sit nicely, comfortably, and switch off the cell phone. In India, still we lock the door when we eat. In Indian villages, see, till we start eating, we keep the door open and wait for any beggars or sadhus to come. That moment we decide, yes, nobody is there, we decide to eat. See, till we start eating, we wait. If any guests or sadhus are waiting, we call them all inside. Once we decide to eat, we lock the door. We sit comfortably and put banana leaf. Why the leaf, you know? In plate, if you put the food, you may not be aware and you may be little inactive, looking this side, that side. If it is on leaf, the food will be constantly flowing out. So in full speed, you have to finish it. You have to be completely attending. If you are talking here and there, the food would have gone out. To have your attention completely on the food only, we have a system of banana leaf. And it's a big art. Unless you are completely aware of the food, you can't eat in banana leaf. It's a technique. And this side you have to play, this side you have to play, that side. And you have to almost maintain the border, boundary. And then cup. It's almost playing with food, living with food. So I wanted from today all our Anna Mandirs to serve in banana leaf. Serve, come on. Let's start. Sit nicely and play with food and eat. That's the way we eat. Our furnitures, our way of life, our jewelries, everything is so sacred. Everything is connected to spirituality. Understand? When you are not enjoying all these things, you will start enjoying these foolish ideas like a country, state, my flag. How they are not able to understand this golden throne and these energy-based jewelries, I am not able to understand. But I don't criticize you guys. I just keep quiet. Okay, it is their way of life. I respect. Why are you guys constantly poking at me? Because I keep quiet. Get lost. Give me a break. Even if you understand in one element the freedom, you will understand how binding this ordinary world. So if you understand the freedom in all dimensions, and able to retain that in your bio-memory, that is what I call enlightenment. Understand this one example. This example. Today try to do this. Watch some movie or some YouTube clip related to space for some 1 or 2 hours. When you come back to normal sense, or abnormal sense, that's the right word I'll use. How you feel, see the difference. If this one element can give so much free feeling, if you are freed in all 5, how you will feel? Contemplate on this today. And share this one truth today with at least 5 people. If you have any question or answer or person who understood the idea you shared, bring all three tomorrow for the satsang. Today I am not seeing. You guys have done yesterday's homework. Please understand. The homework is important even for the ashramites. Whoever is sitting in the moment, at this moment in satsang, in 780 places, in 232 cities, in 27 countries, all of you understand this one truth. If you feel the expanded, broad understanding about elements, how you feel liberated. When you come down, how you feel bound. Just one understanding can give so much of liberated feeling. Then, if you understand the broadness in all 5 dimensions, what will happen? So this one truth, go around and share, convince at least 5 people, enroll at least 5 people for this truth. At least share this truth with 5 people and enroll them for it. And that person who wrote email, another one point also she wrote. I know for sure many people whose mother tongue is English are there around Swamiji. Why is he making again and again the same mistakes in English? I wanted to let her know my English is neither UK English, US English, Indian English. It is my own English. It is my own language. In Indian languages, we have a special word called Arsha Prayoga. Arsha Prayoga means whatever master utters, you cannot find any grammar mistakes in it. Whatever he utters is ultimate. Because I am trying to express which can't be expressed. So I cannot be using or putting myself to the constraints of the language and the grammar written by the fools who have not seen anything beyond words. That is why in Sanskrit, the Sanskrit grammar is created by the people who have seen things beyond words. Like Patanjali. He knows so many are going to see the space beyond words. They should not have the same difficulty which he had. That is why he made a clear rule. Whatever masters talk is Arsha Prayoga. Means usage of a rishi. So it does not come under any grammar rules, regulations. No fault can be found. So I declare, not only to that lady, to the whole world, whatever I am talking, whether it is English, Tamil, Sanskrit or any other language which I speak during Kalpatarus in any other program, all I utter comes under the category of Arsha Prayoga. The meaning I give is the meaning for it. After all, you understand what I am saying. That is the purpose of the language. Then what is the other problem? Why should always be the problems of grammar come in? I say, you listen. You understand. You say, I listen. Why grammar? what for the language? To express what I am trying to express. And for you to understand what I am trying to express. That's all. When the purpose is solved, why are you bothered so much about the language? It's like I am pointing towards the moon. This is just a finger pointing to the moon. Look at the moon. Instead they catch my finger and hang on it. And sometimes try to bite. My words are nothing but finger pointing to the moon. Just look at the moon. Why are you wasting your brain? Already you have very less. And wasting that also into some useless things. This is Indian way of speaking. I am a small boy from an Indian village. And I am not interested in correcting my accent. And I am not interested in correcting my grammar mistakes. I am not interested in teaching English language or reaching out to the highest fluent English speaking crowd. Neither they are going to listen to my ideology, nor I am interested in convincing them. I am interested in ordinary simple people who are interested in simple truths. In the language I am saying, like, I tell you, you understand, you tell you, I understand. That mental people are enough for me. If you write once more this kind of email, I'll change my language into I tell you, you understand. I'll start speaking and I'll set this as a trend. Here I am trying to sit and explain some extraordinary things, and I learned the whole thing in original Sanskrit, which is such a complicated language and concept. I am trying my best to put it in a common man's language. And after all, you understand. She writes very clearly. In the email I saw very clearly, she understands what I am talking. And she puts some questions also. That itself shows she is understanding. I tell you, you understand. You tell I understand. What problem? And this is the way we speak English in Indian villages. And I wanted all Indian villages who studied some engineering and went and settled in US as IT professional, I want all of them to be comfortable with me. And I am not interested in teaching to people. And the whole US, only 3.5% people speak fluent, high quality English. I am catering to a simple, ordinary people who mix Spanish and English, English and Telugu, Tamil and English, who live in a simple way like me. I am interested only sharing my truth with them. And if somebody knows better English than me, please go and find out your truth from some other sad gurus. They may be speaking better English. And I will continue to make the same mistakes and more mistakes. I think enough for today. Let me come back to the subject. Understand this one truth today. Never ever disrespect Indian tradition. Indian way of dressing, Indian way of eating, Indian way of talking, Indian way of furnitures. I think this truth you will understand. Let me come to the spiritual truth. Even if you feel liberated in one element, how you feel, your whole life, fear, problems, anxiety, everything has disappeared for those few hours. See, when you are watching some movie or experiencing the space, for those few hours your fear, greed, anger, ideas about life, everything has disappeared, different. When you come down, problem starts. Ability to retain that freedom where your anger, fear, greed, everything disappears is enlightenment. Even if one element, if you are liberated, how it becomes different? If you are liberated in all 5 elements, time, senses, conditions, awareness, and elements. Tomorrow I will give you a detailed step-by-step technique to be liberated from all these 5. Today, take this one truth. If you are liberated even in one element, how your life is different. Understand that. And share this truth at least with 5 people. If you get more questions, get back. If you get more answers, bring it. If you have more people who are inspired, you must be having. If you are not able to enroll 5 people for this truth has not worked on you. Work on it. If you have at least a few people who understand this truth, bring them tomorrow. Bring all 3 to the satsang. I'll attend all 3. So, I bless you all to achieve, live, experience, express, radiate and share the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the thousands and thousands of devotees, disciples, and I welcome all of you. Before starting the satsanga, I remind you to get back to Padmasana or Vajrasana or Samana Mudra. We will enter the process, an experience, an kriya, an experience, the an effect. This video conferencing technology has done a great good. I think it is put to best use only now. Now I can see actually many Swamis, yesterday they were sitting here, today they are sitting here. And it is completely around the world. Just 2 days before Bhaktananda was sitting here, and now Bhaktananda is sitting there. And Chandikananda, she was sitting here, and now she is sitting in Redondo Beach. And each one it's almost like our life has become so standard. Early morning, wherever you are, whatever may be the part of the world you are there with the Master. You are there to rejuvenate yourself. And not only that, just because every day I am seeing all the temples are now managed properly. It's almost like every day I make a visit to all these temples. The technology has done a great service. Let's enter into today's subject. Today we are going to enter into the 119th Sutra of Patanjali's Yoga Sutras. In 3rd chapter, 13th verse. And the subject is altered states of awareness. Let me read out the sutra and the translation, then we will try to understand. Yetena bhuta indriyeshu dharma lakshana avastha parinamaha vyakyataha. Vivekananda beautifully translates this sutra as, in this way, by the 3 modifications mentioned above, is explained the threefold transformation as to form, time and state in time or gross matter and in the organs. Prabhavananda translates as, in the state it passes beyond the 3 kinds of changes which take place in subtle or gross matter, and in the organs, change of form, change of time and change of condition. Swami Satchidananda translates as, by this, what has been said in the preceding 3 sutras, the transformations of the visible characteristics, time, factors and conditions of elements and senses are also described. Osho translates as, by what has been said in the last 4 sutras, the property, character and condition, transformations in the elements and sense organs are also explained. Now I will come to the sutra for my own translation. The technical term in this sutra is avastha parinamaha. Please understand. This sutra is basically sutra to give you the strategy for the whole life planning. Man who thinks the 100 years he is going to live in the body is his life and plans for it is materialist, atheist. Man who thinks all the lives happened and all the lives yet to happen and the life happening in a broad sense and plans his strategies is a spiritualist, a seeker. Understanding about life, what you are, is going to decide what you do and what you want in your life. When you think you are a child and particular toy is going to give you joy and the toy is going to be adding life to you, or it is going to be your eternal companion, you feel so strongly attached to the toy. Even if your mother tries to take your toy away and asks you to eat, you shout at her, you disappear, you die, give me the toy. Because at that moment, you think your whole life is going to be the childhood and the toy is going to add so much joy to you and the toy is your eternal companion. So naturally, you feel the toy is much more important than anything else. After some time, your understanding about yourself changes. So naturally, your needs changes. When your understanding about yourself evolves, your needs changes. Please understand, having the ultimate understanding about your life and having the right understanding about your needs is what I call renunciation. Vairagya, renunciation. Please understand the word Vairagya. Raga means attachment. Araga means detachment. Viraga means beyond attachment or detachment. Vairagya does not mean attachment or detachment. You need to understand the important truth. Viraga is neither attachment nor detachment. It is having the right understanding about your need. Yesterday, there was a press interview. They were constantly drilling me on this one idea. What is Paramahamsa? Is Paramahamsa is free to do anything? Is it licentiousness? But a common man can never understand. An evolved person does not have any attachment and his needs are totally different, which you can never comprehend and which never disturbs the world. I always tell people, because I don't disturb the world, world can't disturb me. They were asking me, you are growing, raising like anything. Suddenly you fell. Don't you feel? I said, I neither felt I was growing, nor felt I fell. I was just sitting and sharing my understanding and enlightenment with the world. Whoever came, they enjoyed. When they enjoyed and had the physical and mental health, more and more people have started gathering. Because more and more people have started gathering, they created infrastructure for it. People who created the infrastructure started using it. See, money started gathering as the byproduct, side effect of what I was doing. And now few people who can't tolerate this good work try to create some trouble, but they are not successful. Fortunately for us, unfortunately for them, they are not successful. So again, the right thing is happening. So I neither felt growing or expanding when thousands and thousands were gathering around me, nor felt disturbed when few ignorant people have left me. No. I am always full. If somebody wants fulfillment, let them come around. If they have something else as a first priority in their life, please carry on. No problem. And if you are interested in hurting us, come on, we will face you. See what is happening to people who are trying to hurt us. They create their own karma and suffer with the karma. Anyhow, this is life. When you have a clear understanding and strategy about the whole life, your needs become different, your desires become different, your greed becomes different. The transformed desire does not bind you, transformed greed does not bind you, transformed fear does not bind you. Very beautifully Ramakrishna says, if a rope is burnt, it will look just like a rope, but it cannot be used to tie you or bind you. All you need to do is put the fire of an extraordinary understanding. See, now your desire will bind you like a rope. If you try to cut the rope or destroy the rope, it may take years and years and years. But just try to put fire to the rope. You will see, not only it cannot bind you, it cannot bind anybody. Putting fire to the rope is what I call expanding your understanding about life and awareness. I wanted you to expand your understanding step by step. First, as on now, all your fear, all your greed, all your sufferings, all your pains, all your pleasures, whatever you call as life, guilt, engram, anything is looked with a very short view of few hours of your awareness. Please understand, you don't think and plan looking at the whole life. First thing, you don't consider 2/3 of your life when you do any strategy. The first part, all the happenings of your dream state, you don't consider that as part of your life at all. and your deep sleep state, you don't consider that as a part of your life at all. The other day, one very important VIP, a very top politician, came to meet me privately. And all he asked is, Swamiji, just give me some method, some technique that the moment I lie down, I should be able to sleep. I don't want anything else because he has crores of wealth. But of course, he's an honest politician. Even being honest, he made crores. It's a hereditary wealth he has. All he wants is only one thing. Just give me some method that I can have a deep sleep. Unfortunately, he did not consider sleep and dream state also as part of his life. When he planned a strategy for his life, he considered waking state is only life. Many of us do this, understand. All the countries which think waking state is only life is suffering with insomnia. They go on selling all kinds of beds. At least 2,000 variety of beds are being sold. Bed, bath, beyond. There is a chain store. There is a sleep number. If you lie down on a bed, for your body setting up, they fix the number. In the same bed, two numbers are fixed. One side for you, one side for your spouse. An Indian villager who is born and brought up in an Indian village can't even understand. Why do you need bed for sleeping? Just stretch your leg, you will have sleep. In the Western countries, food is cheap. In the Eastern countries, sleeping is cheap. But unfortunately, some parts of the Eastern country, food is costly because they did not put too much attention on the waking state. Understand? If you stretch your hand, in the Western countries you will have food. If you stretch your leg, in the Eastern countries you will have sleep. But very rarely both happens. The Eastern countries, if you stretch your hand, you will not have food. Because we did not give too much importance to waking state. We were focusing too much on the deep sleep and dream state. And the Western civilization was focusing too much on the waking state. Now it is time we need to create a civilization which understands all states of awareness, looks at life in all conditions, all space and all time. If you think life is only waking state, you will have the intense stress. It's almost like you choosing few toys in ignorance. You will choose too small things for your life. Understand? It is not that after growing, you don't have toys, you just hate toys. No. It may be there in your house, but in one corner, it will not be given undue importance. It will be there. the importance which that requires will be given. But when you think your whole life is going to be a childhood and the toy is the only great joy, undue importance will be given to the toy. Please understand, all our sufferings are just because of undue importance given to our greed, our fears. If you understand, by falling into the sleep, you are not going to lose anything, you are going to come back. You will not have fear to fall asleep. You will not suffer with insomnia. All the developed countries are spending billions of dollars, at least 2 times the money we spend for food, for sleeping. The money we spend for food in India, at least 2 times for sleeping. Because they don't have right understanding about life, their strategy planning, visionaries, did not include sleeping and dreaming also as part of life. Their ambitions, their desires, their greeds, their goals about life did not come from a visionaries who understood life is not just waking state. Life is waking, dream and deep sleep also. Please understand. Otherwise, the country which has created so many varieties of cards and beds, insomnia is not only leading to many other physical mental disorders, it is leading to the very poor state of consciousness. And in many cases, it is leading even to fatal diseases. Life, not understood as it is, creates millions of complications and confusions. I can see that VIP who came to me and asked for a technique, simple technique for sleep. Of course, I helped him, that is different. I can understand his struggle. Same way, millions of people struggle with the things, struggle with many pains and sufferings, just because not having a complete understanding about life. Life is larger than what you think. You need to understand avastha parinamaha, means the altered states of awareness. When your body is filled with hormones, when the hormonal pressure is high, you are ready to do anything for the other person whom you think will give you the pleasure or fulfill you. The moment hormonal release happens, the whole cycle is different. The whole understanding is different. That moment, the awareness makes you something, makes you feel something is very important. But the moment the awareness is changed, suddenly you feel like something else is important. Having a broad, complete understanding about life takes away practically all your sufferings and sufferings around you. First thing you need to do in your life is have the vaccination for suffering. Make yourself immune to the suffering. The Western countries which is giving hundreds of vaccinations. I am really shocked when a child is born, the whole body is filled with vaccinations. With so much of systematic, different timings. I wanted our Gurukul system, the NBSC, to be developed on pain vaccination method. Let them be immune to the pain. Let them be immune to the ignorance. Teach them the larger understanding about life. Still, kids have not forgotten the importance of dream state and deep sleep state in their life. When you put too much of verbalization and visualization of the waking state, they slowly get too much load on this waking state and slowly forget the other two states exist. It is like one example. We have 3 sabhas here: Raja Sabha, Chit Sabha, Kalpataru Sabha. Just like these 3 sabha, you have a 3 state: waking, deep sleep, dream. If all the programs are conducted only in one sabha, you spend maximum time in just this sabha. You forget the other 2 sabhas exist and you stop cleaning. But you forget the other 2 sabhas exist if you give too much importance to one sabha. Same way in your life, when we start bringing up kids by giving too much importance and understanding only about the one state, waking state, materialistic state, the importance and understandings about other 2 states are forgotten. But kids should be brought up with understanding about all states. Please understand that today Sutra is pain vaccination, fear vaccination, greed vaccination, vaccination against Maya, immunity against ignorance. I'll expand on this sutra for next 3 days. Because Patanjali is very beautifully putting how the altered states of consciousness plays a major role in what you think as life and what you live as life. I'll explain only one part of this sutra today. The technical term is avastha parinamaha, means the space where the altered states of awareness disappears. You need to achieve a space where altered states of awareness disappears. In the last 4 sutra, Patanjali has explained through different methods and techniques. Nirodha Parinama, Samadhi Parinama, Ekagrata Parinama, different space. And now Patanjali is entering into a very deep state. How? The altered states of consciousness, altered states of awareness pulls and pushes your life and creates intense suffering. I know one disciple, Raghupati Yogi's disciple, he was having deep depression. Naturally, when the depression comes, first thing happens is a strong hatred towards the master. Because which way you will direct your depression? He is the guy who is sitting in the throne shining, which you always wanted but never get. Unconsciously taking revenge. So all the anger turns towards the master. This guy came with so much of anger and said, all your yoga is waste, all your exercise is waste, all your teachings are waste. There is so much depression. And he started abusing Raghupati Yogi. He is married and had many kids, 14 kids. And he said, what kind of yogi you are? You don't know anything about yoga? I have seen. Raghupati Yogi is a very different kind of a person. He just picked up a small root of a plant which was there. He did not give much advice and all that. I try to give them counseling and give them understanding so that they evolve and stay in that state. All he did is he told that guy, just bite this root. That fellow bit that root and sucked the juice for a few seconds. Immediately I can see his state of awareness has changed. All his ideas have disappeared. Anger, depression, hatred towards the master, everything disappeared. And now he's like a baby. Oh, I was wrong. I should have been a little more intelligent before uttering all those words to you. I have seen when the states of awareness gets altered, suddenly all your understanding about life changes. Suddenly now everything looks green, alive, bright. Never believe human beings. When they fall, don't think they are going to touch your feet and be relaxed. Be aware, any moment they will pull it. Poor fellows, because they are not under their control. Unless you make human beings immune to pain and suffering by giving this Maya vaccination, you can't have evolved civilization. See every day the barbaric acts, killings happening. But these officials are too busy with arresting swamis. And so much of crime is happening. They don't bother about the real crime. They are too busy in going after Swami who is sitting and teaching spirituality, meditation, silence, peace. The broad view about the life is not there. First catch somebody who is ignorant, then try to prove. Just because you caught, now you need to prove your ideas, your actions are right, justifying. Understand, the altered states of awareness is responsible for all the sufferings you have in your life, all the misunderstandings you have in your life. Understand the other states of awareness like a dream and deep sleep also is part of you. And expand your planning about life. If you are too oriented only on waking state, you will have heavy dreams and completely disturbed sleep. I'll take you layer by layer in this sutra, how Patanjali describes elements, sense organs, the natural characteristics, the cosmic flow, conditions, time. All these five makes your states of awareness different. Please understand. Today the first lesson is just altered states of awareness. Even now, if you just put your head down, sit in a relaxed way, in 5 minutes your state of awareness will be altered. Your desire, your fear, everything will be different. That time your desire will be, can I stretch my leg? Can I just rest the body a little more? Who wants all these things? Forget about it. Your fear will be, somebody may wake me up, or he may end the satsang soon. This mood is really nice. Or he may continue, go on and on. If he leaves, at least I can go to the room and lie down. In that state of awareness, your fear or greed is different. Now, if you are really aware and interested in what I am saying, if you feel this understanding is directly going to help and alter your life, if you are sitting with me now by driving for hours to come to the satsang center, you are fortunate. If you are here just because you are staying in this campus and no other way and you have to come and be here, there is a possibility you can be dosing. That is what I am surprised. All over the world, and it is not daytime or morning for all the countries. See, at this moment, 797 places, 246 cities, 28 countries, people are sitting with us. Practically, all over the world, people are sitting with us. It is not that for all of them, it is early morning. No. For many of them, it is late night. For many of them, it is 3 o'clock in the morning. For many of them, it is evening 9 o'clock. But different timings, they are here. Just with that one interest. These truths will help to plan my life much more clearly. This experience will remove many unnecessary sufferings I carry in me. It will take me to the deeper and deeper conscious level. Understand? If you are sitting here with awareness, your greed is, let me understand his words more deeply. Your fear will be, oh, you may end the satsang soon, or I may not catch it completely. If you are in the just small altered state of mood, sleep, dreaming state, immediately your fear and greed is different. Your strategy about life is different. Your decision about life is different. A simple alteration in the state of awareness can completely change many decisions you make in your life. So understand, alter your state of awareness just one step higher. Just one step higher. How the toy car has become immaterial for you when you grow up. Your real car will become immaterial when you consciously grow up. Understand? Just altering your state one step higher, taking yourself to Turiya, the fourth state. Suddenly you will see many of your fears are not there. Many of your greed are not there. It's like you are in this country. You are bothered too much about too many things and too many people. Suddenly you are taken away from this country and put somewhere else. All the things which was creating fear, greed, guilt in you, now no more relevant for you. Whole state is different. If you are well settled in US, you will never bother about the old lady sitting in your village, native village, and talking abusively about you. But when you are in that village, her words and her abuse means too much to you. You change many of your actions. No, that otherwise that old lady will chew my head along with her betel leaf. Like how when the place changes, when the condition changes, your strategies and understandings changes. Same way when the awareness changes, your understandings and life changes. And I wanted all our devotees to know, all our organizers and satsangis, from many countries have decided unanimously to put a full stop to this continuous religious persecution happening on me and Dhyanapitham. Even just few days before, again our Tiruvannamalai ashram was beaten, broken, burnt. Just 2 days before, by these antisocial elements. Illegal elements. And still COD is trying to torture me, harass me in the name of investigation illegally. To put a full stop to all these things, all our satsangis, the senior swamis and the organization has decided unanimously to fast on March 2nd for religious freedom. We will be observing the March 2nd every year as the day of destroying the anti-spiritual elements. That is the day we have been attacked. So every year we will observe that March 2nd all over the world as a day to destroy all the collective negativity. See, they gave what they had. They know only destroying people. But we will destroy negativity, not people. We will give peace to the world. From March 2nd to March 23rd, 21 days, morning and evening, we will conduct peace meditation and Kundalini awakening all over the world to create global peace. And I promise we will bring down the crime rate of the world at least 40% in the 21 days of meditation. To tell the Karnataka government and to bring it to the notice of the Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, this harassment and abusal which is being done to me constantly, illegally by the COD in the name of investigation and false charges. We are fasting on March 2nd. At least 25,000 people are going to fast on that day all over the world in 100 countries. From that day, all over the world, people are going to pour their support in the form of letters signed with their own blood. Already, 49 major Pitas and Mats of Karnataka has sent a solid, strong support letter. Including the big mats like Adi Chunchanagiri Mahasamsthana and Koladamat Mahasamsthana, all of them have sent their solid support. And now from all over the world, all the suppressed, persecuted religious sects and leaders are pouring their support and letters. We will hand over all these letters to the Chief Minister of Karnataka, Governor of Karnataka, Prime Minister of India and President of India after March 22nd. Even after that, if the religious persecution does not stop, and if the government is not withdrawing all the false charges, we have decided we have no other way but to fast unto death as mass. At least 10,000 people are going to sit in this campus and decide to fast unto death. There is no other way to stop this persecution, to stop this illegal persecution in the name of investigation and false charges. I wanted to bring this to the notice of attention of Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka. Many powerful people in your government who are against non-Brahmin traditions like me are working and trying to destroy the non-Brahmin spiritual organizations. Please understand, in your regime, let this religious persecution not happen. Soon, we will have to bring this to an end. All the fellows who are responsible for this illegal persecution will be remembered as Hitler by my millions and millions of persecuted disciples all over the world. I don't think these officials will realize what they are doing is harming millions of people around the world, I request Chief Minister of Karnataka to look into this matter urgently and attend to it. So I inform all the devotees, disciples who are sitting with us around the world at this moment, the devotees, the ashramites have decided to observe fasting on March 2nd. On March 3rd, we will be observing Jivan Mukti Jayanti. March 3rd is the day I release the Jivan Mukti book. From March 3rd, the 21 days, we will be distributing Jivan Mukti book in all languages all over the world freely, in our internet and physical hard copies. As part of our Sharing Enlightenment project with the whole world. So, I have a letter here from a devotee, Kannan, Los Angeles, to participate in the fasting. Not only I give you my permission and blessings,
all that I smell, I offer to you, Swami. सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples who are sitting with us at this moment around the world in 628 places, in 222 cities, in 26 countries. And we are on two-way with Seattle, Los Angeles, San Jose, Ohio, Vancouver, Mexico, and Hyderabad. I am able to see all these cities. So, before entering into the satsang, I would like to remind all of you to get back to Padmasana or Vajrasana or Sukhasana and Samana Mudra. Will create the N effect. Sit in Padmasana or Vajrasana and Samana Mudra and in unclutched mood. We will create the intense N effect. Today's subject, the one-pointedness. 118th Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, and in the 3rd chapter, 12th verse. I'll read the sutra and then translate. Tata punashanta uditau tulya pratyayau chittasya ekakrata parinamaha. Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra as the modification called one-pointedness of the chitta is acquired when the impression that which is past and that which is present are similar. Swami Prabhavananda translates as the mind becomes one-pointed when similar thought waves arise in succession without any gaps between them. Swami Satchidananda translates as, then again, when the subsiding past and rising present images are identical, there is ekakrata parinamaha. Now let us enter into the sutra. I'll give you my understanding and experience on this sutra. I welcome all the centers just now tuned in. This moment, 654 locations in 232 cities in 26 countries. People are sitting with us. In last few sutras, Patanjali was explaining Nirodha Parinama, Samadhi Parinama. Now he is taking us to the next level, Ekagrata Parinama. Please understand, Patanjali is talking about an important truth. Ekagrata Parinama. One of the important subject analyzed, researched again and again and again in the spiritual realm is Ekagrata Parinama, the one-pointedness. Thousands and thousands of techniques have been evolved. Thousands and thousands of methods have been discovered. Thousands and thousands of practices are created just for this one purpose, Ekagrata Parinama. This Ekagrata Parinama is responsible for your enlightenment and for your extraordinary experiences and the extraordinary powers. Please understand, it is Ekagrata Parinama which is responsible for awakening of your Kundalini Shakti, which is responsible for your extraordinary spiritual experiences, which is responsible for the extraordinary powers you experience and express. Let me exactly define what is Ekagrata Parinama, one-pointedness, and how it is misunderstood by many of the intellectual, just intellectual translations. Please understand, all the regular intellectual translations say Ekagrata Parinama is having a same thought in past and present also. Same or similar. I wanted you to know, you can never have a same or similar thought from the past and present. No. If you understand, having a similar thought in the past and in the present continuously is one-pointedness, you will struggle, finally to discover you are a failure. Please understand, I am translating this one-pointedness in a clear way. One-pointedness means raising your frequency to a level where the flow in you does not change because of the impact of time on you as past, present, future. Some understanding or some truth, some object exists in you, in your inner space, without getting altered or disturbed by the time passing over it. Please understand. If you think one-pointedness is something like having one thought in the past and again similar thought in the present, this moment, again same kind of similar thought next moment also, you will miss the sacred secret embedded in the sutra. Please understand. One-pointedness is not having same or similar thought last moment, this moment, next moment. No. One-pointedness means raising your frequency to such an extent the object or the truth which is in your inner space does not get altered, modified, changed when the time passes over your mind. Understand? Even the same truth is understood with wrong words for wrong reason, it cannot lead you to the same right experience. No. Truth has to be understood with the right reasoning, with the right words. Only then it can lead you to the right experience to which it needs to lead you. Please understand. Truth is the experience which is supposed to lead you to the ultimate space. Having a same thought, last moment, this moment, next moment, cannot be one-pointedness. It can be the side effect of one-pointedness. Ekakrata chitta. Ekakrata parinama. The one-pointedness is actually a different frequency altogether. It has nothing to do with your mind. It's a different frequency altogether. Where passing of the time does not affect or disturb, modify any of the experience of your inner space. So I'll translate this word ekakrata chitta, one-pointedness, as not being touched or disturbed by the time passing over your inner space. So relax on an object or a subject which does not tire you, which does not bring boredom to you, which does not make you feel sad, which does not make you feel tired, which makes you excited for no reason. Please understand. If the word one-pointedness, ekakrata chitta, is properly understood, you will see very beautifully your very life can lead you to enlightenment, because every moment, knowingly or unknowingly, consciously or unconsciously, the ekakrata chitta is happening in you. Ekakrata chitta is continuing in you. Unfortunately, you always concentrate and experience the space where movements are happening. You do not remember or rest in a space where the one-pointedness is a constant experience. There is part of you in which the one-pointedness is a constant experience. I can say consistent experience. Not only constant, consistent. There is a space in you which does not change by the time passing. Time can go on passing over you, but that space does not alter, modify, change its existence. It is there. Very beautifully, Krishna puts in Gita, abhuyamana machala pratishtam. Established like a mountain. Your inner space, which is consistent and constant, does not go through any modification by the movement of the time, is what I call, that space is what I call one-pointed dimension of you. Please understand. In your inner space, there is a part called Nirodha Parinama, restful awareness space. There is a dimension called Samadhi Parinama, enlightened space. There is a dimension called one ekakrata chitta, one-pointed space or untouched space. I want you to know, all these three spaces are three different names for the same experience. You try to work on any of this space or any of this dimension, you will achieve what I call Nityananda state, the eternal bliss. This is one more technique Patanjali is giving. Egakrata Parinama is one more technique Patanjali is giving. For the ultimate experience. Basically, the truth Patanjali is trying to tell us, the sacred secret from the sutra is catch the dimension which is in you, which does not alter, modify, change, which is constant and consistent, even if any amount of time passes over you. Breeze does not change the hills. Breeze does not move the mountains. Only the cyclones may be able to move little, but breeze does not move the mountains. Same way, time is a breeze on your inner space. Understand? Time is a breeze on your inner space. There is a part of you which is consistent and constant and cannot be moved by the time passing over you. Experience that space, catch that space, be in that space. That is what Patanjali means by the word Egakrata Parinama. Let's now enter into the space of Egakrata. Just sit in unclutched mood. Relax with this one truth. What is in me that does not change by the time passing over? Just remember this one truth. What is in me that does not change when time changes? Let me rest in that. With this one idea, rest in you. Close your eyes. Sit in Vajrasana or Batmasana, Samana Mudra. Let your Kundalini awaken intensely and experience the Egakrata Parinama, the one-pointed inner space which does not change by time passing over. I initiate all the people who are sitting with us at this moment around the world into the experience of Egakrata Parinama, one-pointed inner space, one-pointed dimension as explained by Patanjali. All the people who are sitting with us around the world at this moment in 694 places, in 240 countries in 240 cities in 26 countries. Let all of you be initiated into the Egakrata Parinama, one-pointed dimension of your inner space. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. bless all of you who are sitting with us at this moment in 741 places, in 251 cities, in 26 countries. Let you all achieve, experience, live, radiate, express and share the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you.
All that I take, all that I smell, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. All that I see, all that I hear, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Like this dance, and this song, and this joy, I surrender to you. All that I feel, all that I am, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda. Puragaram, Karunavataram, Samsara Saram, Bhujagendraharam, Sada Vasantam, Hridayarvinde, Bhavam Bhavani, Sahitam Namami.
Let's enter into today's satsang. Today's sutra, 124th Patanjali's Yoga Sutra. The topic is know your past life regression. 3rd chapter, 18th verse. Samskara sakshatkaranat purva jati jnanam Swami Vivekananda translates the sutra. Through the perceiving of the impressions comes the knowledge of past life. Swami Prabhavananda translates as, by making samyama on previous thought waves, one obtains knowledge of one's past lives. Swami Sachidananda translates as, by direct perception through samyama of one's mental impressions, knowledge of past births is obtained. And Osho translates as, by observing past impressions, knowledge of previous birth is obtained. Past birth. One of the most fascinating subject as far as the inner world is concerned. Everybody is interested. I can say in the whole world, not a single man who says, I am not interested in the past birth. Even the people who don't believe in the past birth are interested about their past birth. See, many people come and say, no, I don't believe in past birth. About what? If I say, no, I can show you your past birth, then immediately the eyes lit up. They don't believe others have past life, but they do believe they had past life. Understand? Whenever people say, no, I don't believe in God, they don't believe others believing in God. But inside heart of their heart, in their secret part, They do have, I think maybe who knows, he is there somewhere. Why take risk? Same way, when people say, no, I don't believe in past birth and all, it means what? They don't believe in others believing in past birth. But heart of the heart, I wanted all of you to know, 76% of Americans believe in past birth, reincarnation theory. Survey says, statistics says 76%. 76% of Americans believe in reincarnation theory, past birth. Past birth is one of the most fascinating concept. Everybody is interested for various reasons. Some people are interested just out of curiosity. How was I? Some people are interested just to find out what way that can add something to their personality now. At this moment, sometime knowing about your past gives you a new intelligence and heals your present. It heals. It does healing. Healing many of the psychosomatic disorders, many of the phobias can be healed by knowing the past and releasing it. Third, if you know the past, you will not repeat the same foolishness again and again. So many people want to know about their past so that they don't want to repeat the same foolishness again, just to escape from the foolishness. Fourth, ultimately, when you know about your past again, what has happened, again and again and again, how you take birth and die, you will be tired of that foolishness and stop taking birth. Be liberated. So for various reasons, people want to know about their past. Buddha, I can say, greatest incarnation who gave a clear understanding and technology about the past. Please understand, Buddha has not only given the understanding, he has given an amazing technology. Not only that, he has inspired people to know about their past, to work on their past by revealing all his past life, called Jataka tales, Jataka stories. Please understand. You may be thinking, why Buddha revealed all his past? Actually, every person, before achieving enlightenment, last moment, when he is disappearing into the enlightenment, those few moments, will have the complete recollection and complete awareness of all their past births. The memory will be opened. Buddha is a great master. Almost like a black box retrieval, he retrieved the whole thing, all Jataka tales, and presented the whole to the whole world. You may think, why? Please understand, when you read the Buddha's Jataka tales, you will understand all these four. One, if you are just curious, you can see how the life progresses. Second, if you want to know how the past births has impacted Buddha's present incarnation. Third, if you understand the Jataka tales, you will see how knowing the past has healed many of the Buddha's traumas, phobias, and how quickly his intelligence was awakened. Why so quickly his intelligence was awakened? See, we also see whatever Buddha has seen in his life. What the three things? Sick man, old man, dead body. Buddha saw all these three only once. Immediately, the Pratyagatma Chaitanya Jagrata, the individual inner awakening has happened in him. We see all these three almost every day. Why nothing happens? If you read the Jataka tales of Buddha, you will understand why he had that inner awakening. He was prepared, ready. Third thing, very important thing, very important truth. How Buddha's past life memory has made him more intelligent. Fourth, ultimately, how knowing how he repeats the many lives after lives after lives, he decided not to take one more birth, his own enlightenment. If you read Buddha's Jataka tales, you will be inspired for all four. If you look into your own past and know your own Jataka tales, you will have the experience of all these four. When you read Buddha's Jataka tales, what clicks you intellectually will become experience when you know your Jataka tales, your Jataka stories. Understand, Patanjali is giving us a powerful technique to know your Jataka stories, your Jataka tales, your past lives. I wanted to talk on this technique and technology at least for next 2 days. Today I'll give you complete introduction. Then we'll enter into the very past life regression, the very process, the very technique. So understand, today the basic truth I want you to know. We did have past births. Second, the reincarnation theory is true. Third, by knowing the past births, you can be liberated from all the problems of present birth. So, take up this as a homework today. Inspire, enroll, convince as many people as possible about this past life 3 truths and bring them tomorrow to satsang to hear the technique and technology related to past life regression. Tomorrow and day after tomorrow, I'll expand in a detailed way the technique to do the past life regression, which you can directly practice and experience in the life. So, please understand, past life regression can lead you to enlightenment. So I bless all of you who are sitting with us at this moment in 654 places, in 240 cities, in 30 countries. I bless you all to achieve, live, experience, express, radiate, and share the eternal bliss. Nityananda. Thank you.
All that I take, all that I smell, I offer to you, Swami Nityananda.
Sadashivasamarambam Shankaracharyamadhyamam Asmadacharyaparyantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and blessings. I welcome all the devotees and disciples, satsangis who are sitting around the world at this moment in 330 places and 158 cities in 22 countries. And the cities who are sitting with me in two-way connection: Ohio, New York, New Jersey, Hyderabad, San Jose, Seattle, and Los Angeles, Vancouver. I welcome all of you, and I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject: Samadhi Parinama, space of Samadhi. Patanjali is explaining in many sutras, in many different possible ways about Samadhi. Please understand, we may think, why is he talking about Samadhi from so many different angles? He is talking so that different mental set of people can understand Samadhi. A corporate guy can never understand melting down and sitting at the feet of the master and experiencing Nirodha Parinama. A person who is filled with sacred sentiments can never understand. By analyzing, logically you can experience Samadhi. So Patanjali is giving different method, technology, techniques, possibility for different mental setup. When he talks about Nirodha Parinama, he is giving the process for the people who can click with sacred sentiments. But now in the sutra, Samadhi Parinama, he is giving the possibility for logic and intellect. How a person who thinks nothing else except his intellect exists on the planet Earth can experience Samadhi, can experience Samadhi Parinama. Patanjali is Jagat Guru, who gives solution practically for all the problems and who gives technique and technology and method for all possibilities. He can reach out to every possible problems which can happen in every possible mind and liberate people, make them experience and express every possible spiritual experience and extraordinary powers. Samadhi Parinama, the space of Samadhi. Please understand, what he defines by Nirodha Parinama, what he defines by Samadhi Parinama is one and the same, but to whom he is speaking is different. Sarvartha ekakratayoho shaya udayau chittasya Samadhi parinamaha, space of samadhi. Nirodha parinamaha, I translated as space of no mind. Samadhi parinamaha, I translate as space of samadhi. But I want you to know both are one and the same, different branding. But the space or the experience itself is one and the same. In that sutra, he was talking to a different audience. In this sutra, he is talking to different audience, different group, different mental setup he is addressing. I wanted to comment on all the sutras so that all possible mental setup human beings can experience it, can grasp it, can understand it. Let us see how Swami Vivekananda translates the sutra, taking in all sorts of objects and concentrating upon one object or two modifications of the mind. When the first of these is suppressed and the other manifested, the chitta acquires the modification called samadhi. An amazing understanding. Swami Prabhavananda translates as, when all mental distractions disappear and the mind becomes one-pointed, it enters the state called samadhi. When there is a decline, Swami Sachidananda translates as, when there is a decline in distractedness and appearance of one-pointedness, then comes samadhi parinamaha, development in samadhi. I'll translate this sutra in my own way. Please understand. I'll give you the exact meaning, the concept, then I'll give you the translation. Taking up any one object or experience or idea and hanging all your thoughts to that one idea, to that one concept, and being centered on that one concept, on that one idea, on that one truth, slowly mellows down the unnecessary wanderings and movements of your mind, which allows the inner sun to radiate, which allows the constant deflection, the Maya effect inside you to disappear, which allows the superconscious transition as reality. Please understand, I am using a word, superconscious transition. All the technique, technology, spirituality, religion, everything you use is for smooth superconscious transition. As human being, the moment you assume body, the moment you are embodied, you have already received the possibility of superconsciousness. You have to become enlightened. No way. Either by being beaten strongly by the fear or greed, spouse or mistress. You do not have choice whether to experience superconscious or not, but you have choice whether the transition into superconsciousness is going to be smooth or difficult. See, life as such is transition into superconsciousness. Nothing else. Even if you drink whole day alcohol and womanize whole night and eat all filth and do all the extreme negative things, you are transitioning into superconsciousness. Please understand. But difficult, long, hard way, that's it. Life, if you are feeling you exist, anything you do is transition into superconsciousness. Spiritual practices, religious techniques makes the transition smooth, blissful, happy. That's it. Understand? Life is superconscious transition. Any action you do, transition is happening, but the actions through which the transition is hard, difficult, complicated are called wrong acts and wrong thoughts. The acts and thoughts which makes the transition smooth, joyful, relaxed, blissful is called spirituality. That's it. But life is transition into superconsciousness. Here, Patanjali is explaining one of a powerful way for the smooth transition into superconsciousness. And please understand, transition into superconsciousness automatically makes you explode in all different directions. When the consciousness transition happens in you, even the Brahma and Vishnu, wealth and knowledge, tries to seek your feet or head, means even they are subdued, as subservients for you. There is a beautiful story in the Vedic tradition. The Brahma and Vishnu started fighting. Who is bigger? It is almost like universities and industries fighting. Wealth and knowledge fighting. The universities are shouting in the loud voice, we are the superior, we know everything. Wealthy guys shout in loud voice, we are superior, we only fund you. Without us you can't stand. Anyhow, whatever education, finally it is going to boil down at our feet, in our mercy. Money, everything boils down to money. But the university guys are shouting, no. However, whatever wealth you may create, it is we who create the system. So the fight between the knowledge and wealth is eternal. Even though it is ephemeral, the fight is eternal. Two anityas are fighting in nitya. Two ephemeral things are fighting, claiming that they are nityas, because unfortunately nitya has not happened in you. Then Shiva happens. He just explodes and appears as a light shaft and asserts his nityatva. Then says, wealth and knowledge, come on, find out my head or feet. They both run. Wealth runs towards the feet and knowledge runs towards the head. Both of them are searching. Finally, not only they could not find, they became servants. So when the conscious transition happens in you, when the superconscious transition happens in you, when you start growing towards superconsciousness, when the superconsciousness explosion happens in you, understand the wealth and knowledge will become your servants. Till then, in you the wealth and knowledge will be fighting with each other. Who is superior and who is going to possess you? Till the age of 20, knowledge tries to possess you. From 20 to 40, wealth tries to possess you. Wealth is a concept which is trying to take over your life. Knowledge is a concept which is trying to take over your life. Blessed are those who allow the consciousness to possess you. If you are spending your first 20 years for Brahma, knowledge, and next 20 years for Vishnu, wealth, then the fourth and fifth 20 years, be very clear, is going to be a big mess, even if you have both, because that both is going to keep you in constant distortion, distress, and fight. If the first 2 quarters is spent for Brahma and Vishnu, the last 2 quarters will be spent in the fight. So I tell you, at least the first quarter of the life should be spent on transition into superconsciousness. Then you will see Brahma and Vishnu are serving you. That's exactly what I did in my life. First quarter of my life is spent for transition into superconsciousness. Now, Brahma, Vishnu, everybody is serving me. Now, I am not egoistic or proud or claiming something big. See my life with open eyes. When I say Brahma, I mean knowledge. When I say Vishnu, I mean wealth. And I have both to fulfill what I want to fulfill in my life. Because first quarter of my life I spent in the conscious transition, the superconscious transition. Now I have wealth to fulfill whatever I want to do. I have knowledge to achieve what I want to do. So every child should be encouraged in the first quarter of life for the transition into superconsciousness. Then wealth and knowledge is there all over, understand? After the IT revolution, the wealth and knowledge is available all over. I can say the IT revolution has brought an important change to the world. Wealth and knowledge is just available all over. All you need is just decide and pick it up, that's all. Nothing else. Actually, I feel now you just need a will to enjoy wealth and knowledge. Nothing else is required for you. The IT revolution has brought everything, plenty. You just need will to have it. Don't ever think India is poor country. Here I have a fact. Indians may be poor, but India is not poor country. Says one of the Swiss bank directors. He says 280 lakh crore of Indian rupees is deposited in Swiss banks. I am giving you the clear reference, which can be used for taxless budgets for 30 years. It can give 60 crore jobs to all Indians, free supply to more than 500 social projects. Every citizen can get monthly 2000 rupee for 60 years. Wealth and knowledge is all over. You just need a consciousness to pick it up and enjoy. So spend little time and energy on superconscious transition. You will just see wealth and knowledge is serving you. As a byproduct, they are there, lying in front of your house, waiting at your gate to serve you. Samadhi parinama means taking up one truth and connecting all the distractions, thoughts, modifications happening in your inner space to that one subject or object you picked up. Through that, allowing the inner awakening to blossom, samadhi to happen in your inner space is samadhi parinamaha. So pick up any one object, go on connecting all your thoughts and actions to that one object. Allow that one to shine in your inner space as powerfully as possible, as gracefully as possible, as intensely as possible. See, when you allow one object to shine in your inner space, you will allow three things. One, transition into superconsciousness. Two, unnecessary wastage of mental energy will be stopped. Three, an extraordinary, unimaginable creativity opens through your inner space. All I did is go on resting in the state which has happened in me at the age of 12. At the age of 12, something has happened in me. So I went on resting myself into that space. A constant excitement for no reason. If I have to describe that space, I went on resting into that space. I saw three things happened. One, establishing means relaxing into the superconsciousness, of course, which has already happened. But I can say more and more the body was being soaked into that. Second, there was no disturbance, distraction, suffering, depression. When you throw stones at a hill, it gets added. You are throwing stones at Arunachala. When you throw stones towards Arunachala, what will happen? Only the hill gets added. Earlier, my laughter used to make millions of people in bliss. Now, my laughter is making billions of people in bliss and few hundred in depression. It has started the Ishta Paribalana and Dushta Nigraha. Earlier it was doing only Ishta Paribalana. Three things happened in me. One, the body is being soaked again and again and again into that superconscious state. Second, no depression, no disturbance, no distraction. Third, the extraordinary creativity is expressed. Yesterday one Swami came to the ashram, surprise visit. He said, Swamiji, now you are shining more. Your words are more strong. Your presence has become more intense. Not only me, everybody feels that. At least all the people who have eyes and who wanted to see are feeling that. Physically, spiritually, the possibility of giving experience, the energy, everything has become intensely great. So understand, we are only growing from auspiciousness to more auspiciousness. Every day the mission is exploding. Just today morning, we finished first Kalpataru, E-Kalpataru in New Jersey. They are sitting even now with us. First time, through video conferencing, Acharya conducted classes and then I gave darshan. We are sitting now new trend. I request all the satsang centers, please enroll your E-Kalpataru as quickly as possible. We'll start almost every day E-Kalpatarus. And after all, now we have many sabhas, many acharyas. Let's go on. People, we have transformation. So we will go on giving transformation to people who are seeking. We will be alive forever. We cannot be destroyed. We cannot be disturbed. We will go on expanding, exploding, and expounding on negativity. Understand? I give you this as a technique. Pick up one subject, one concept, one object, and hang all your thoughts, ideas into that. Put everything into that. You will see these three happening in you. One, transition into superconsciousness smoothly. Second, no depression. Your mental energy will not be wasted in unnecessary distractions. Third, extraordinary creativity out of your own consciousness. I am telling you from my experience, all these three will happen to you. Start catching one subject inside and see that all you are thinking all day hangs around that one subject, that one concept, that one truth. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, and share the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. सदाशिवसमारम्भा शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees who are sitting with us. Every day, more and more people are getting added to this intense effect. In more and more countries, more and more cities, more and more places around the world. Yesterday I was given a question from a satsang center. The question is, basically a devotee is asking, do you initiate only the people who are sitting live with you, directly watching the satsang, or people like us who can't watch directly, who can watch only through the YouTube, the recorded discourse later on? Do you initiate us also, who watch the discourses later on through the YouTube, through the recording? I wanted them to know, please understand, the initiation happens whenever you melt down with a deep trust and feeling connection with the Master. When you melt down with a trust and deep connection, you are sitting live with me. You are coming alive with me. I am coming alive with you. Please understand. Here I am making an important statement. A sincere seeker, a sincere disciple, when he sits with a deep, melting, relaxed mood with the Master, not only Master comes alive with the disciple, disciple also comes alive with the Master. Please understand. Not only disciple feels fulfilled, Master also feels fulfilled. When a sincere seeker melts down in the deep trust and relaxes, the transmission of the lamp happens automatically. Whether you are sitting live with me in two-way conferencing, or sitting live with me in the webinar or NTV, or watching this discourse later on in the YouTube recording, does not matter. If you are sitting with a deep trust and a relaxed mood, understand, I am alive with you, you are alive with me. When a sincere seeker sits around me, not only he is fulfilled, I am also fulfilled. My mission is getting fulfilled. A sincere seeker, when you sit around me, I don't even expect you to do puja to me or meditate or do any rituals. Just if you sit around me, not only you are fulfilled, you are feeling the fulfillment, I am also feeling the fulfillment. When a sincere seekers come and sit with me, I am also happy. A sincere seeker deeply fulfills a Master. Understand?
sitting with me live or listening to the audio discourses, listening to the video discourses recorded later on does not matter. When you melt down and sit with a deep trust, the connection happens, the initiation happens, the transmission of lamp happens. It is no way related to only sitting live with me during this morning satsang. But one thing, if you have the habit of coming and sitting in the morning satsang, not only the initiation will happen, you will practice these techniques systematically, and the next evolving will be more easy. See, there are so many instructions and understandings which I add continuously every day. If you are watching the recorded discourse in YouTube, you will not be watching in proper time. Today's session you may watch tomorrow, and yesterday's session you may watch day after tomorrow. The timing may not be proper, so only those difficulties should be avoided. If you are watching the recorded discourse in YouTube, decide every day you will sit only at particular time, watch only the last day, yesterday's discourse, that's it. So have that habit of maintaining that continuity. Don't change the dates and time of the discourses. If you have the continuity, you will have the same effect of watching the live NTV. When a sincere seeker sits with the master, thousands of things happen in their system. Upanishad completely awakens your inner being, the inner self. So I wanted to tell the devotee who wrote this question that will I be initiated if I am watching the recorded discourse? I tell you, you will be initiated. The transmission of lamp will happen even if you are watching the recorded discourse. There is one more question. What is collective consciousness? It's a question from Satsang Center. All the thoughts which is thought, spoken, contemplated, suppressed or expressed, everything, please understand, all the thoughts created, spoken, contemplated, suppressed, expressed, all these put together becomes an independent intelligence. You need to know an important fact. The matter which has become highly sensitive or subtle can become life suddenly. That is the way the cell is created. The first cell is created out of matter only. I have seen in my experience water staying on a rock slowly allows the plants, water plants to happen. Then it allows
small animals like a fish and all that to happen? We may think, no, there is external influence, it is happening. But I can tell you from my understanding, this one truth, even matter which has become sensitive can give birth to life. I want all of you to know, even the dead thoughts, when it gathers in huge volume, it can become independent intelligence. If 1 million people are thinking at the same time, some good thought, like let there be global peace, let there not be wars, loka samasta sukhino bhavantu, let the whole world be happy. Please understand, these thoughts happening in millions of mind at a time will not be a just dead matter. It becomes an independent intelligence and tries to change the way they think, the way they work, the way they act, even if these thoughts are not directly, systematically communicated to them as per the traditional methods like a talking or informing or taking it to them. Please understand. Thoughts created by huge number of people, even if you do not do any action, just those thoughts, when they gather, when they get collected, when there is a huge mass, it becomes an independent intelligence. Only thing, the mass of the thoughts, the volume of the thought needs to be a certain quantity. If one person thinks, let the peace be on the world, it will not become collective consciousness, no. But if the same frequency, the same thought, the same coherence happens in few millions, suddenly you see that collective consciousness happening. I can tell you, if 3% of the world population, from my research I am saying, Maharshi says square root of 1%. But from my experience, I feel now the amount of collective negativity is there on the planet Earth. Based on that I am saying, if 3% of the world population at any moment sits silently and sends a peaceful, loving thought into the cosmos, into the cosmic consciousness, the whole collective negativity present will be nullified. We can push the Kali Yuga into Satya Yuga. We can push the collective consciousness into great spiritual blissful cycle. Thoughts are infectious. Spiritual experience is infectious. Spiritual truths are Kundalini. The remaining 10 are catching slowly. I am seeing every day at least 2-3 people are catching. How it happens, your bio-memory as an independent intelligence to take and send informations. Your brain is independent of your logic. Please understand, fortunately, your brain is independent of your logic. There are thousands of things, even if your logic is not able to grasp or understand, your brain grasps it. Your muscle memory grasps it. Your muscle memory catches it. There are many people who are experiencing Kundalini awakening and levitation. Even they are wondering, what is happening to me? Something beyond me is happening. How? Understand, you are fortunate, your brain is more intelligent than your logic. Fortunately, your logic cloud has not completely covered your sky brain. Your brain is like a sky, your logic is like a cloud. The cloud is not able to completely take over the sky. That is why your muscle memory is just catching it from the collective consciousness. You need to know. As body, you are natural. As logic, you are societal. So the body is more intelligent. It can capture the truth even if logically you are not convinced. It can just catch it. When the honest experience is happening and the truth is being transmitted, your muscle memory, which is more intelligent, will straight away catch it. Because your body is the gift from nature. Your logic is gift from society. Anything societal is suicidal. Your body is from nature. It's a gift from the nature. That is why, even if you are logically not convinced, the highest experience is straight away picked up, caught, received by your body. Your brain, your muscle memory can directly receive and transmit informations, experiences without any ordinary traditional communication methods like a word or visual or signal or any other orthodox method of relating, communicating. That is why your muscle memory is catching this experience. Just like that it catches. Sometimes your logic goes on denying. One of the important thing a master is supposed to do is taking care that logical people do not experience the emotion or ordinary sentiments with the master. Because if you deny that ordinary emotion or sentimental fulfillment, the logic
will be denied its lubrication. When the lubrication is denied, logic has to die, because without basic lubrication, logic is too much to hold. Logic is heavyweight without the sentiment lubrication. Thoughts which are created, suppressed, expressed, manipulated, modified, in any form happen, whole this thing put together is collective consciousness. Collective consciousness can become negative or positive. And if your body, biomemory, individual consciousness is getting in tune towards positive, you will attract that kind of positive people, group, informations around you that will click with you. If you are making your body and mind towards negative, you will attract all negative informations towards you. This is the biggest problem. Once you fall for the negative information, you will start attracting that kind of information more, and you will click more with that. That is the most dangerous thing. That was one of the biggest problem human beings face. Even during this scandal, I can see very clearly whoever was tuning themselves are ready to give their ears to the negative ideas. Not only they fell for it, they started attracting more and more negativity in their life. People who stood strongly with their positive experience and clarity, they are tuning and attracting more and more positive experience and energy in their life. People who stood strongly with their positivity and stood around me and with me, now they are experiencing Kundalini awakening and levitation. People who tuned themselves towards negativity and allowed the negativity to take over, now not only too much gravity on them, too much of depression. I know many of these guys who created negativity and spread negativity to others, how totally depressed they are, unable to come out of their negative fantasies. All these fellows, filled with their negativity, create and spread that negativity. They live in their fantasy game and they project all that fantasy game on me. I have a story for you. Two psychiatrists were at a convention. As they conversed, one asked the other psychiatrist, "What was your most difficult case?" The other replied, "I had a patient who lived in pure fantasy world. He believed that an uncle in South America was going to die and leave him a huge wealth. All day long he waited for a letter from an attorney. He never went out. He merely sat around and waited for the fantasy letter from this fantasy uncle. I worked with this man for 8 years. The second doctor asked,
what was the result? The first guy replied, it was an 8-year struggle every day for 8 years. But I finally cured him, and then that stupid letter arrived. Understand, here the patient is not in fantasy world. The psychiatric doctor is in fantasy world. This foolish psychiatrists who are in the fantasy world, how can they cure passions? It is time we understand the basic truths about the collective consciousness. If you tune yourself positively, you will attract positive people, positive information, positive incidents in your life. If you are tuning yourself negatively, you will attract negative incidents, informations, people in your life. So understanding about collective consciousness is important. Let us enter into the sutra. Today's sutra, Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, 160th Sutra, in 3rd chapter, 10th verse. Subject is Upanishad. Sutra is Tasya Prashanta Vahita Sanskarat. Tasya Prashanta Vahita Sanskarat. Swami Vivekananda translates the sutra as its flow becomes steady by habit. Swami Prabhavananda translates the sutra as when the suppression of thought waves becomes continuous, the mind's flow is calm. Swami Sachidananda translates as the flow of Nirodha Parinama becomes steady through habit. Osho translates this as, this flow becomes peaceful with repeated impressions. I wanted to translate the sutra and express my experience. Please understand. Till the last sutra, Patanjali was talking on Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi, Samyama. And he was teaching us how to be in a space between thoughts. Nirodha Parinama, the thoughtless space. Now he is teaching how to establish yourself in that thoughtless space. Yesterday I spoke how to experience thoughtless space. When you sit with a deep trust with the Master and listen to him, listen from him, there is gap between thoughts and you are something beyond thoughts. That relaxed sitting, Upanishad, a deep sitting with a receptive mood and a deep trust and feeling connection, gives you the experience of Nirodha Parinama,
the space between thoughts, experience between thoughts. Now I am saying, sitting again and again with Master in deep trust makes you established in that space. Please understand. Sitting again and again in a deep trust, with a deep feeling connection, in the restful awareness with the Master, establishes you in that thoughtless space, cloudless sky. Somebody has asked me, there's one more question. What is it that is really working for the seeker? Is it self-effort or Guru's grace? This is one of the important problems seekers face in their life. Is it Guru's grace or self-effort? If it is self-effort, why do we need Guru? If it is Guru's grace, why should we do any self-effort? I am solving this paradox, this problem once for all. Understand, you need to have self-effort to be in Guru's grace. You need to have Guru's grace to have self-effort. Both are not contradictory. When you catch Guru's grace, put your self-effort to be in that grace. Avoid all the negative talks, negativity about the Master and you. When you have the Guru's grace, take the inspiration from him and start the self-effort. When you have the self-effort, put the effort to be in Guru's grace. When you have Guru's grace, use that grace to create self-effort. You need to have self-effort to sit in Guru's grace, to be soaked in Guru's grace every day. The last sutra, Patanjali says, how to experience Nirodha Parinama, means the dimension of thoughtless space. A beautiful word, Nirodha Parinama. The dimension of you in which you are thoughtless. The space in which you are thoughtless. How to experience that? Experience happens when you sit in a deep trust with the Master. In this sutra, today Patanjali is explaining how to retain that state, that space of Nirodha Parinama. Soak yourself in that space again and again and again. Try to sit in that space of deep restful awareness, deep feeling connection with a deep trust, again and again and again, as much as you can. Let your whole body be soaked into that pure experience, pure space. Sit as much as possible, as many times as possible, in unclutched mood, receptive mood in Master's presence. Second, if you are not able to sit in the Master's presence, even if there are 7 people who are experiencing Kundalini experience, the levitation, if you sit at least with that group, where at least 7 people are levitating, that group itself will have the collective consciousness, the Master's presence. Please understand. If 7 people are experiencing Kundalini,
experience levitation in your satsang center, be very clear, you have my presence completely. Because usually, if 7 people are experiencing that levitation, all different energies related to 7 chakras are active in that space. So today, this sutra, tasya prashanta vahita samskarat, tasya prashanta vahita samskarat, this space nirodha parinama becomes eternal in you when you become steady and soaked in the same master's presence where the thoughtless space is happening again and again. Just like if you put the cotton into the honey bowl and leave it, how the cotton gets completely soaked in honey, almost becomes one. Same way, put yourself in the master's presence. Soak yourself in the master's presence. And soaking yourself in the master's presence will automatically, naturally make yourself established in Nirodha Parinama. No mind state, no mind space. Guru's grace and self-effort is not paradox. Sit in the restful awareness, unclutched move, the deep trust and feeling connection with the Master in Upanishad. As much as possible, as long as possible, as many times as possible. I can give you one more tip. Every night before falling asleep, at least listen 10 minutes to some of my discourse in a deep, restful awareness, in a relaxed way. Listen and just fall asleep. You will see, whole night you are not just in ordinary sleeping mood, you are in Upanishad. Whole night you will be in Upanishad. In the highly elevated consciousness. Sit again and again and again in the deep, restful awareness, feeling connected to the Master. This will not only make you experience Nirodha Parinama, it will settle the Nirodha Parinama in your system. Your system will be established in thoughtless space. Now, I request all the disciples, devotees who are sitting around the world at this moment in 553 places, 224 cities, in 27 countries. Please sit in Padmasana or Vajrasana or Samana Mudra. In unclutched mood.
You can sit either with open eyes or closed eyes. Just sit in unclutched mood. You will experience now the Nirodha Parinama, thoughtless space.
bless you all the devotees, disciples who are sitting with us around the world at this moment, in 577 places, in 239 cities, in 28 countries. I bless you all. Achieve, experience, live, express, radiate and share the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
All that I take, all that I smell, I offer to you.
सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respect. I welcome all the devotees, disciples who are sitting with us around the world at this moment in 579 places in 166 cities and 20 countries. I am seeing Ohio, Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Hyderabad. These are the cities I am able to see. Let's enter into today's subject. I'll continue to expand on the same sutra, no mind state. Hope you all did that 3 vratas. Liquid diet, neem juice and meditating on this subject, Nirodha Parinamaha. Sometime your body and mind needs to be prepared to receive the truth. If your body and mind is not prepared, the truth can lead to atheism, nastikya. Please understand. 3 persons go to Rishi and ask the truth from the Rishi. Rishi says to the first person, "You are that. This is the truth." That guy thinks, "Oh, if I am that, then come on, let me drink and make merry, enjoy the life." He goes and starts doing whatever he wants. He's Rakshasa. Second guy comes and he asks, "What is the truth?" Rishi says, "You are that." This guy, how can me be the ultimate? I should contemplate and think. He goes and starts contemplating. He is a seeker. Third guy comes. He asks, "What is the truth?" Rishi says, "You are that." Then he sits and analyzes. My body cannot be the ultimate, my mind cannot be the ultimate. Oh, I think the consciousness which I experience as me is the ultimate. He becomes enlightened. Same word can create different effects on different persons. So body and mind needs to be prepared sometime to listen to the higher truths. I have seen. If you are not prepared for initiation, even if you utter the great truths, the initiation does not happen. The click does not happen. The experience of initiation does not happen. Sometimes this mind behaves very foolish way. Experience of samadhi can happen just by listening to the word if your body and mind is prepared. If not, impossible. Let's enter into the sutras. ಅನುತ್ಥಾನ ನಿರೋಧ ಸಂಸ್ಕಾರಯೋ ಅಭಿಭಾವ ಪ್ರಾದುರ್ಭಾವವು ನಿರೋಧ ಕ್ಷಣ ಚಿತ್ತ ಅನ್ವಯ ನಿರೋಧ ಪರಿಣಾಮ. You can use this sutra immediately because Patanjali reveals his very experience, the greatest truth. The gap between one thought and the other thought, in that gap, your self, Atman, shines automatically. Please understand, all the Western philosophers and philosophies miss this one important point. That is why Western philosophy is a straight-cut method to depression and never to come back. It's a very important truth or a major difference between the Western philosophies and the Indian spirituality. Western philosophy thinks man is nothing but words, words, words. Whether the truth about the world or lies about the world or the truth about the self or the lies about the self, everything boils down finally to words. Western philosophy is not able to step beyond words because they have never experienced a zone where the words does not exist. That is why so many idiotic intellectual philosophies and philosophers go on talking, preaching, promoting, words are everything. No. That is the reason I am telling you, never ever learn about truth or life from unenlightened beings. Unfortunately, we Hindus are so broad-minded, we never copyright our words, the truths, so we don't sue for copyright infringement. I am back now. I am going to prove to the world something much more than word exists. Because this is claim, only people who are going on talking, using words, whose words are accepted by the people, can be in a glory. This you should understand. For me to be in my grace, in my space, I neither need to talk nor people need to listen. I can be in my silence, the shining in my eyes and the grace in my muscles will be not only remaining as same, it may increase. And I challenge this who say everything is a word. Come on, let both of us sit. You also be in silence for 21 days. I'll be in silence for 21 days. Let's see what happens to both of us. These fellows will die in depression. If they can't talk, they will die in depression. In Western world, two kind of theology evolved. One, everything in the life is money. Money can do anything. Look at the whole life in the angle of money. That's materialistic. And there's another one group evolved. Everything is word, knowledge. You can do anything with knowledge. Nothing else exists other than knowledge. These materialistic people make Saraswati out of Lakshmi. These philosophy people make Lakshmi out of Saraswati. We make Lakshmi and Saraswati out of Durga. My knowledge and my wealth, both I create out of Durga, consciousness. They do not know the third dimension. You see, if you do not know the third dimension, have the politeness to say, I do not know the ultimate truth, I know this much, this can help you, please have it. Then I will also keep quiet. Okay, they naturally prepare people for the next step, to come to me. I sent to go and prepare the ground. Plow the land so that I can come and sow the seed. And these fellows, when they plow the land itself, they say, don't take the seed. These guys, each word is everything. I challenge them. Come. We both will sit in silence for 21 days. You don't use words, I will not use words. Let's see what happens to you and what happens to me. And I challenge. If you can take me one step deeper than the space I exist, I will become your disciple. If I can take you one step deeper than where you exist, come and follow me. But the problem is, these Western philosophers do not retain the purity of seeking. Almost become philosophers. They are not seekers. If any single seeker exists, I challenge, come on, let us sit face to face. You try to convince me of your theology, I will try to convince you of my experience. Whoever takes the other person deeper, we will follow the other. Over. But these are not seekers. They use their animalistic power. And naturally, a person who is in depression will be angry, violent. So is violence, their violence and anger. And their aggression wins in the outer world. Just because the one in the outer world, they should not think the theology and philosophy which they believed and promoted is right. No. They also know the emptiness of the theology and philosophy which they believed and promoted. Somebody has put a question from some satsang center. Is there any difference in making it very clear? Not only there is no difference between Hinduism and spirituality, whatever you think as unnecessary aspect added in Hinduism, like taking bath in Ganges, wearing fresh clothes, not doing anything in particular times, whatever you call a superstition, whatever the Western philosopher calls a superstition, whatever the Christianized Hindu missionaries like a Ramakrishna mission and Chinmaya mission calls a superstition in Hinduism, I tell you that is spirituality. Our deity worship, taking bath in Ganges, and wearing these fresh clothes, wearing the forehead marks, wearing these energy beads, these small things which these Christian missionaries and Christianized Hindu missionaries abuse, I tell you, that is spirituality. Followers of Ramakrishna do not wear Rudraksha. Go and see. In any of these biggest Hindu missionary organizations, they do not wear Rudraksha. Ramakrishna himself, when he was practicing any practice, not only will put on the dress, he will do all that forehead marks and everything systematically. I tell you, straight reply for this question. Is there any difference between Hinduism and spirituality? There is no difference between Hinduism and spirituality. In Hinduism, are inserted by the Western philosophies. Only those things need to be removed from Hinduism. Other than that, everything in Hinduism is spirituality. Who are stuck with words, who have not experienced the honest wordlessness, go on promoting. In words, everything ends. It seems in their classes they teach. Even if you talk about the wordless experience, they say, no, who experience? Who is saying? Tell that. It is the reverse proverb. You go and sell the needle in the street where the goldsmith and all the blacksmith, all the fellows are making needles. If you go and try to sell a needle in the street where those needles are produced, who will buy? I am telling all these. See, if you are interested in making money, which you are interested, we know, okay, great. Talk something like a leadership, this, that, and make money and be happy. We are not bothered about it. But don't say Indian spirituality is useless. Don't try to tell the Hindu gurus and Indian spirituality is baseless. I want all of you to know exactly Patanjali is addressing this point. All these Western philosophers and theologians talk beyond word, nothing else. That is why they go on working on creating right word and telling that right word to others and impressing and influencing others with that right words. I tell you, no, beyond words, something solid exists. That is what I call spiritual enlightenment and experience. Patanjali very clearly declares this truth, Nirodha Parinamaha. Understand? You are not just a train of thoughts. No. You are a sky where cloud of thoughts comes and goes once in a while. If you are just chain of thoughts or train of thoughts, then your whole life is depression, nothing else. Then come on, sit and try to tell the same word for 1,000 times. Let us see whether it becomes true or not. Come on, sit and talk. I am the God, I am God, I am God, I am God. Go on, be telling that. Tell everybody, tell yourself. Nothing else will happen. You may use some words to kill negative words. That is okay. If you have an idea, I am body, I am body, I am body, then use the word I am Atman, I am Atman, I am Atman to destroy that words. That's it. But this sometime became illegally grateful. This is the right word I want to use. Illegally grateful to some techniques which helped them. Do not be grateful to something beyond certain limit. Understand? It's like there were 4 fools in a village. They went to a guru and asked for blessing. Guru said, be grateful for everything. They decided to follow it, and all 4 of them used a boat to cross a river. After crossing the river, all 4 of them decided we should be grateful to this boat which helped us to cross this river. We should not leave this boat like this orphan here and go away. And all 4 of them have started carrying that boat on their head and going around. And people asked, what are you doing? No, we are being grateful for the boat which helped us to cross the river. Same way, sometimes in the name of philosophy and philosophers, see, the word will sometimes be helpful for you to remove the bad word. Okay. It's like one tan is being used to remove the other tan. But after that, don't build a temple for this tan. Throw both in a dustbin where it does not hurt others. That's it. On golden temple for it. All Western philosophies are Thani temples. Understand? You are a being beyond words. You are not train of words. You are a sky where the cloud of words passes through. I tell you, this is a basic scale. I have a question here from Satsang Center. Who is an avatar? I am giving answer to this important question. Person who can radiate grace and joy and ecstasy and experience without words is an avatar. Learn only from a person who can learn, who can radiate grace without using words, whose silence is an intense energy experience. Don't learn from people whose silence are depressive. It is dangerous. It means that fellow is only a train of thoughts. No. Learn only from the people who experience their sky, and the thoughts and words they are using is just a cloud which comes and goes. See, we believe in religious freedom from time immemorial. You have all the right to say what you are saying is right, but you have no right to say what others are saying is wrong. Me, as self-declared representative of Indo-Vedic tradition, please understand, in Indo-Vedic tradition, we don't have bishops to elect pope. We declare suddenly one fine morning we are Jagat Gurus. We are very clear about it. So self-styled, self-declared representative of Indo-Vedic tradition, I am warning you guys, you have all the right to say what you are talking is truth. We have no problem. We are okay with it. That is the greatness of us. You put a big stage, have a bigger mic, shout, scream, jump, dance, say that what you are saying is right. Once in a while even we will come and see you. We don't have a problem. But don't talk. The Hindu spirituality and Indian gurus are wrong. And I have an audacity to tell, India is putting people in the pedestal and worshipping. It's a wrong thing. What we do and how we live is our life. That is the reason we are still alive 10,000 years. Are not capable of delivering something to human beings and making them eternally grateful. So, what to do? Naturally, nobody will respect them. Because they are not respected, how to come out of the depression? Abuse all the people who are being respected. Disrespect the very signs of the Guru-disciple Sampradaya. Stealing our knowledge, rebranding it, selling it to us. Even these things we can tolerate. Abusing us. These fellows have an audacity to tell Indians should not worship their gurus. I'll create a new culture, reviving the Vedic tradition. We need to understand the major difference between the Vedic tradition and the Western philosophies. You are not train of thoughts. You are sky where the cloud of thoughts comes and goes once in a while. So the gap between the every cloud, the pure sky is seen. Who are completely clouded, never experience the pure sky,
start saying there is no such thing as sky. Give me a break. No, I really tell all these fellows who think, you see, if you just teach the world and cheat others that there is no sky, it's all words, okay, you are making money, it's okay. But if you believe that there is no sky, only cloud, I tell you, I sincerely, honestly invite you, come and be with me. Just 21 days, you be in silence, I will be in silence. I'll show you something beyond words exists in your life. Fortunately, I am here, alive, sitting in the planet Earth. Don't waste this opportunity. Jung missed Ramana Maharshi. Hundreds of Western philosophers missed the Eastern rishis. The ultimate truth is the gap between the thoughts is a space where your self shines. Please understand. This whole Nirodha Parinama means where the Nirodha happens, your self shines. Please understand. Today I wanted to give you one more exercise. Whole day contemplate about the gap between the thoughts. Is there really a gap between the thoughts in me? Tomorrow, I will give you the experience of gap between thoughts. In India, from time immemorial, we had all these great discussions. We had all these great experience sharing. I can show what Shankara showed to Mandana Mishra. I can show the same thing. But unfortunately, in modern day, the seeking of the truth is mixed with politics. Whether Mandana Mishra comes or not is different. I invite at least Mandana Mishra's disciples who are seeking. Come and taste the truth. It's available beyond the words. I don't even feel bad for the people who get converted from Hinduism to other religion for the sake of food, bread and butter. Unfortunately, we are not able to provide, at least somebody else is providing, it's okay, all right, let them have food, bread and butter, okay. But I feel really sympathetic who get ideologically converted to Western philosophy, which is born, brought up, lives and dies in depression. Leaving this great life bliss Vedic tradition. If you start believing thoughts are everything, what will happen to you? You will just disappear into depression. Consciousness is beyond thoughts, and thoughts are only clouds. See, in the sky,
Thoughts are like clouds. Emotions are like a Raman effect, the blue layer. Stars are like few clicks and the Satori experiences which you have in your life. And beyond that, the undescribable is you. Same way in the inner space. The clouds are thoughts, the emotions are Raman effect, and the stars are few spiritual experiences you have once in a while, or the great clicks happens in Master's presence. And beyond stars, what is you. Unfortunately, stuck with clouds. If you are a child and see all kinds of forms and shapes in the cloud, okay, it is a good game, time pass. But if you start doing this for whole life, you are mentally retarded. Don't live and die just with clouds. If you are doing it for money, okay, good business. If you are stuck there in your seeking, I honestly invite you, come. I am here honestly telling you, I will not make name or publicity out of you. Come and take the truth secretly and go. I will not tell in my stages, this guru attended my program, that guru attended my program. No. It seems many of the Hindu gurus have attended their program. I won't abuse you. Come and take the truth and enrich yourself. Here we are available as ocean. There is something beyond thoughts. There is something beyond emotions. There is something, the glimpses of great truths you experience like stars once in a while. There is something beyond the cloud, Raman effect, blue layer and stars. That which is beyond all these three is what I call you, consciousness. Indian spirituality is not cheating people. Worshipping Indian spiritual leaders is not something wrong. Because they never experienced that pure sky, they do not know how to transmit that experience to people. Because neither they experience nor they transmit, people don't worship them. Because they are not worshipped, they are jealous of people who are being worshipped. This is the psychology of the whole game, rut. Here I am very boldly declaring, I experienced something which is beyond the cloud and Raman effect and stars. Thought, emotion and glimpses of truths. I have experienced something which is beyond all these three, and I can transmit that to you for you to experience it. Naturally, people who had the glimpse of it express their gratitude by the way of worshipping. So, I tell you guys, not only this experience to the world, so that you understand from where I am talking. Anyhow, at least let me share with our disciples. Today's lesson for you, contemplate, is there anything beyond body and mind, beyond thoughts? Do I really have a gap between my thoughts? Is there any gap between the thoughts? This is the question I want you to contemplate today, whole day. Today you don't need to fast, but I'll recommend taking neem juice. You can have your solid food, but just have neem juice. Tomorrow come back with this question. Whole day contemplate, is there really gap between thoughts? And come back tomorrow with this question. I'll give you the experience, not just answer, experience. I bless all of you who are sitting with us around the world at this moment in 555 places, in 228 cities, in 22 countries. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate and share the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. I welcome all the devotees who are sitting around the world with us at this moment in 453 places, 203 cities and 22 countries. Seven cities I am able to see: Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Ohio, Hyderabad, North Vancouver and Redondo Beach. These are the cities I am able to see, but all other cities, 453 places and 203 cities, 22 countries are able to see us. So I just wanted to remind all of you, get into Padmasana or Vajrasana or Sukhasana, Samana Mudra and unclutched mode. We'll start the NFM. Let's enter into the Sutra, 115th Sutra of Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, and the third chapter, 9th verse. The subject for today's satsang is no mind state. One of the most searched words in the spiritual world, the internet. No mind state. state be explained and interpreted by mind, it's almost in a way impossible. Only a mind which is in no mind and which can relate with mind only can tell about no mind to mind. The mind which is in no mind, able to relate with mind, only can tell about no mind to mind. Let's see how Patanjali gracefully puts the state of no mind in the words with which minds can understand. Viyuddhana, Vyuddhana, Nirodha, Sanskarayoho, Abhibhava, Abhibhava. Pradurvavau, Nirodha, Kshana, Chitta, Anvaya, Nirodha, Parinamaha. Now it's all I'm saying. I'll expand on this sutra for 3 days. Masters like Patanjali will not use the same word 3 times without a solid reason. Understand? Patanjali is not just a guy who knows the theology and spiritual ideologies. No. He's a grammarian. Somebody goes to Bernard Shaw and asks, "Sir, you have written an amazing book, 40-page book. Theories and truths expressed in that book is amazing. You could have written a bigger book. You did not have time." He said, "I did not have time is true, but if I had time, I would have written a smaller book, not bigger. Because I don't have time, I am not able to edit and reduce the words, and I just spell it out. If I had time, I would have reduced this 40 page to at least 20. Understand? People who have time, people who can, they say things in less words. Patanjali, not only a powerful teacher, an amazing grammarian. That is why I say it's a unique combination. It's an extraordinary combination. It's an unimaginable combination to express the no-mind state in the sweet, poetic language of Sanskrit. He is using the word Nirodha at least 3 times in the sutra. So for every Nirodha, I will talk 1 day. He is using the word Nirodha 3 times in the sutra. Vyuttana, Nirodha, Sanskarayo, Abhibhava, Pradurvavau, Nirodha, Kshana, Chittanvayo, Nirodha, Parinamaha. how Swami Vivekananda translated this sutra. By the suppression of the disturbing impressions of the mind and by the rise of impressions of control, the mind which persists in that moment of control is said to attain the controlling modifications. Swami Prabhupada translates as, when the vision of the lower samadhi is suppressed by an act of conscious control, so that there are no longer any thoughts or visions in the mind, that is the achievement of control of the thought waves of the mind. Swami Satchidananda translates as, the impressions which normally arise are made to disappear by the appearance of suppressive efforts, which in turn create new mental modifications. The moment of conjunction of mind and new modifications is Nirodha Parinama. Nirodha Parinama is the transformation of the mind, in which the mind becomes permeated by the condition of Nirodha, which intervenes momentarily between an impression that is disappearing and the impression that is taking its place. I explain step by step this sutra. In the sutra, Patanjali is trying to dissolve an important doubt a seeker will face in his journey. An important question all seekers will face in their journey. If this doubt is clarified, if this doubt is answered, the seeker's journey will be a lot easier and it will be a lot better without wasting the time in unnecessary efforts. Patanjali is trying to explain a technical term called Nirodha Parinama. I can say this is one of the oldest doubt, one of the oldest questions all the seekers have. How can a mind with so many thoughts and patterns lead us to no mind state? It almost looks impossible. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, is it not like trying to go to moon with a bullock cart? I said, don't make things difficult with these wrong examples. Relax. But people again and again have a strong doubt. How can mind with so many thoughts, perversions, suppressions lead us to no mind space, beyond mind? any thought, for it to disappear, you need some other thought to come there. How can unclutching is possible from unclutching? Why is this oldest question still remains unanswered? I tell you, if just this question is answered logically to you, suddenly 90% of your spiritual effort will not be required. You don't need to do spiritual sadhanas which you think. Your spiritual path and the sadhana will be made to easy. Your spiritual efforts will be reduced at least 90%. First, I think I want you to understand the importance of this difficult question, this strong question, and the meaning of this very problem. By not understanding this problem, how ignorantly you waste your time and energy and effort in wrong sadhanas, how by understanding this problem, you can just disappear into enlightenment, no mind state without any sadhana. I can say understanding this sutra is a technique. Just understanding this sutra is a technique for instant enlightenment. So I want to prepare you thoroughly for that. All the dangers and difficult questions we have, all the ignorant, endarkening sufferings we have, all the tamasic and rajasic misunderstandings we have, everything boils down to one question: how can the mind lead us to know mind? How can the mind lead us to know mind? I think I really want all of you to use this chance of getting instant enlightenment. I don't want you guys to miss this chance of getting instant enlightenment. Because understanding about this problem, this doubt, will suddenly take away the fatigue and the hatred, tiredness you carry about the spiritual practice. Spiritual practice is not something supposed to be done quantitatively forever and ever and ever. No. It is the shifts which happen in you qualitatively. Whenever you are ready, please understand. It is not like a 12 years, early morning, every day you will do some same set of things. And the 12th year, because your bank balance is full and attendance is complete, and you are given a certificate, you are enlightened now. No. your intelligence goes up and you take a deeper and deeper shift. You change your consciousness. You take just a jump in the consciousness. The qualitative jumps in the consciousness, the qualitative breakthroughs in the consciousness is what I call Nirodha Parinamaha. The Nirodha Parinamas, the qualitative shifts in your inner space is responsible for your enlightenment. That takes away the tiredness and fatigue and hatred you carry for sadhana. Please understand. A friend's house is never far away. Even if it is 100 kilometers, you will not even remember it's 100 kilometers away. When we started the ashram here, all the devotees in the Bangalore felt, oh, 30 kilometers away, it is far away. I said, don't worry, you will not even remember it is 30 kilometers. And I know, devotees who come regularly, they don't even remember. When they sit in the car in the house, they know they are going to see Swamiji. When they see Swamiji, they know they are here. That's all. A friend's house is never far away. So if an enlightenment is your friend, the sadhana will never be far away. If you are feeling sadhana is tiring, it is boring, it is creating fatigue in you, then still enlightenment has not become friend for you. Enlightenment will become friend for you only if you understand the Nirodha Parinama, the qualitative breakthroughs, qualitative shifts which you need to experience in your consciousness. I really wanted to blast on this subject today. I'm fully prepared, ready. But I think I am not going to speak just because I am ready. I am going to speak only after making you ready. If I speak just because I am ready, it's almost like catharsis. No use. I have tremendous respect for Patanjali. With what passion and joy he would have written these sutras, I know. Every day when he expresses these great truths, he would have been seeing thousands of people blossoming, flowering, having the breakthrough in the consciousness. Quantitative, not just quantitative. Quantitative and qualitative shift in the consciousness. He would have been enjoying. He would have been getting the ecstasy. He would have been flowering more and more, seeing that more and more disciples flowering. I wanted to honor the joy and sentiment out of which this great Rishi would have created these sutras. I'll honor these sutras only if I also see more and more people flowering with understanding of this great sutra, not just giving an intellectual theological seminary just because I am ready. No. I want you to be ready. So today, I wanted to give this exercise to all of you, people all over the world who are attending this satsang. Please understand, 453 places and 203 cities and 22 countries at this moment. Till tomorrow morning you come for satsang, have liquid food, liquid diet. Because unfortunately the moment you add the smarana, the non-mechanical part of your brain, which is responsible for smarana, gets into marana. Dead. The memory part dies. So for next 24 hours, till you come back tomorrow morning, have liquid diet. If you can, have a little neem juice, because neem makes the remembrance power strong. There is a part of mechanical, non-mechanical part of brain in you which is responsible for short remembrance, clarity in visualization. That will be awakened when you drink neem juice. So I am asking you to be on liquid diet. Means you can drink any number of juices, any amount of juice. Have liquid diet, no solid food. Have neem juice. Meditate on this one question. How can my mind, with so much of thought, lead me to no mind state? How is this possible? Because to suppress one thought, I have to create another one thought. To unclench from one thought, I have to create at least the thought of unclenching. How can this lead me to the space where there is no thought, where there is no suppression, where there is no modification, and where there is no mind? Understand? 3 instructions. First, no solid food, only juice. Second, at least 100 ml of neem juice. If you don't get neem juice, at least 5 leaves of 5 neem leaves. Third instruction. You see, first 2 instruction is far third instruction. Don't miss third and just do first 2. No. The third is important. Go on hammering your mind. How can this mind filled with so many thoughts lead me to the space of no mind? Because even the thought of unclenching is one more thought. I am not able to unclench without bringing the thought of unclenching. How is it possible? Intensely remember, contemplate, squeeze your brain just with this one thought if you have. Squeeze your brain just with this one thought. Please understand. I am giving you the clear technique, because just understanding of this Nirodha Parinama can lead you to enlightenment. I am not joking or making fun or exaggerating, no. I am giving you the exact understanding. Sorry, last number which I read was wrong, because the webinar was out at that moment. Really, 595 places people are sending this. And 24 countries. Please understand, I want you to do this working on Yoga Sutra and Brahma Sutra like a mystery school. Every day I wanted to give you the proper technique and prepare you, ready, and then take you to the next level. I wanted to hit when the iron is hot. So I am making the iron hot. Tomorrow I will hit. And after hitting, day after tomorrow I will make it cool, so that it becomes permanent. So, Understand? These three instructions. No solid food, but any amount of liquid is okay. You can take 10 juice or 20 juice, okay, no problem. And neem juice, at least once, 100 ml. If you don't get neem juice, 5 neem leaves, okay. Third, whole day contemplate while you are driving, sitting, talking, doing anything, contemplate. Don't think, I can't understand. Anyhow, tomorrow Swamiji is going to tell me reason why I necessarily think about all these things. No. It is like a plowing the land. I want you to plow your mind with this one question today. So that tomorrow when I put the seed, immediately sprouting happens. So today, whole day, think on this question again and again and again. How can unclutching, which is one more mental process, lead me into no mind space? How can mind lead me to no mind? How can the thinking process can lead me to no mind state? Be drowned in this one question. Let this be your mental occupation. You will come up with so many answers. No. Unclutching, not using the word, by using the mood, can lead me to someone. Mood is also one more thought. Be very clear. No. I practice unclutching a little. These are very unnecessary. It's okay. Come on, let me have that. Your mind will either tire you, or divert you, or comfort you, or console you, saying, tomorrow we are going to know the answer. Why are you bothered so much? Why don't you wait for 24 hours? Swamiji is going to answer. No, I am not going to answer. and do what you want. People need to understand when the truth is told as it is. And here I am talking to all of you every day to teach you the truth, not to be politically polite, socially polite. The exact, intense, honest truth. I am standing by the honesty and integrity and exact truth. So please understand, it's time we start right things at right time. If you don't understand the difference between political religions and religious politics, you will be continuously caught with pseudo gurus. You will not be able to experience the honest truth. So here I am. If you are interested in honest truth and experiencing mystery school, I am not interested in Nobel Prize. I am not going to be socially polite or politically polite. I am interested in making few lakh enlightened beings. People who are interested in Nobel Prize, let them maintain. They are political religious ambitions. I am very clear. My life is going to be creating mystery schools around the world, Vedic universities around the world. I am starting satsang centers, Paduka mandirs around the world with the aim of converting them into universities, mystery schools, Vedic universities. So I am making it very clear. I am not interested in people who are politically polite or socially polite, who are playing this cunning game of politics and religion in politics. No. Let them play their game. I am not interested in that. And I am not even against them playing the game. All I am saying is don't interfere in our field. Allow a little bit of pure spiritual stream to be alive in the planet Earth. For heaven's sake, at least like you, few idiots can come in the next generations and eat the stuff which I created and live. These politicians who entered in religious field are not only destroying the religion and trying to destroy the pure spiritual streams being kept alive. Authentic spiritual streams kept alive because they are loud mouth and they have a big PR agencies. These guys go on trying to destroy the ancient mystery science by saying, don't go to people who materialize, don't go to people who heal, don't go to people who give boons. What do they mean? This is the pure mysticism, the Yoga Vedanta Sampradaya. So these are juice and essence of Yoga Vedanta tradition. It should be kept alive, it will be kept alive. Oh, planet Earth, don't worry, I'll keep this science alive. Let these name and fame mongerers, Nobel Peace Prize mongerers, do their job of mixing politically polite religions. Here I am, going to maintain the honesty and integrity and purity of the mystery school, and I will see that at least 1 million people not only become enlightened, experience the great experiences and expressions of samyama. experience the great experiences and powers of samyama. Please understand. In samyama, I am always saying two parts. One, experiencing the great experiences and powers and expressing it. For example, at this moment, I am in a great experience that all the so-called reality in front of me is made of a stuff which I can bend, break, mend, do as I want. This is experience. If I do at least small changes and things and show it in reality, physically, either through simple levitation or through simple teleporting of the vibhuti, it is expression of the power. Please understand. As experience at this moment, I am feeling anything in front of me is made out of stuff which is completely under my control, part of me. This is my experience. When I share this word, if I ignite this mood in many of you, I am expressing the experience. Same way, this experience brings certain powers. Like any body can be moved as I want. Any body's kundalini can be raised to the same level I am in. Or any material can be moved from one place to another place by the power of the mind. This is extraordinary powers. First one is extraordinary experience. Second one is extraordinary power. So if this is shown visibly as the Kundalini awakening or the levitation or teleporting, it is expressing extraordinary powers. I wanted both dimensions of samyama to be kept alive. But some religions are not interested in the second dimension, the power dimension of samyama to be kept alive, because it will be a solid proof for the Vedic tradition, yogic tradition, which is not good for their vested interests. So they go on promoting the religious leaders or spiritual leaders who neither have these extraordinary powers nor able to show these extraordinary powers, nor able to know the technology of these extraordinary powers. Naturally, they also do the same logic. In the kindergarten schools in India, they will teach a story. There was a grape garden, and one fox went to that garden. He tried, but he was not able to catch that grape. Then he started telling, oh, this grape is sour. Abused the grape for 10 minutes and went away. The same thing. The pseudo-gurus, come on. Let you do and show it is not spirituality. Then I'll agree. You have at least right to tell whether it is a spirituality or not. It's not that I'll agree your idea, but you at least have a right to comment on that subject. When you don't even have the authority to comment on some subject, don't. So be very clear. I am telling all my devotees and disciples and seekers around the world, I am interested in fulfilling you honestly, not in Nobel Prize, not in any awards and social recognitions. So I am not going to compromise or bend My teachings and ideologies, I am not going to dilute it as Western mental setup may expect to give their Nobel Prize to me. No. I am going to remain as authentic, yogic, Vedic incarnation to transmit that experience to all of you. So I invite seekers from around the world to gather around me and in my mystery schools, satsang centers. Here we are, simple, humble people, just learning and teaching spirituality. And we do simple things like teleporting, materialization, levitation, kundalini awakening. Why don't you let you guys live with us? Live ourselves with our own ideology and philosophy. Let us live our Vedic truths and yogic life. Understand samyama. It is expressing the extraordinary physical and mental powers in progression. You need to know thoroughly from what kind of a person you are learning these great truths. Only then you will understand how directly it helps. See, the secular idea is great in the political field, in the society. But that is not going to be an authentic, unique message in the spiritual field, in the religious realm. All right, even you establish all religions are one and the same, all right, okay. But what is your contribution? Come on. What direct contribution you have to the world? Only what authentically you experienced, what authentically you are sharing with the world. That is the only honest contribution. When you don't have any unique contribution, go around and divert the people's attention from one subject to another, and people will think that is your contribution. Diverting people from one subject to another is not your contribution. Come up with some creative contribution. Love is an empty word with which you can cheat anybody. What do they mean? Come on. Let them show their love. What do they mean? I don't understand. Creating peace between religion only will happen if you are honestly established in one religion and able to create peace to your own followers with a spiritual experience. When we don't have our own authentic contribution in any field, just go on doing politics. See all the... There will not be any unique contribution from them. The whole world there are only two kinds of minds. One which contributes creatively. Another one which goes on meddling with people and tries to put some big identity. No. I'm not interested in any social game or political game or politics and religion in politics. No. I am interested in honestly, beautifully, purely retaining the Yoga Vedantic tradition, the great spiritual, mystical tradition. I am going to dedicate my life to reproduce this experience on people, reproduce these great powers on people, and scientifically establish a step-by-step, practical lifestyle where people can experience all these great experiences and powers of samyama and express the great experiences and powers of samyama to the world. So I request all our devotees and disciples to be aware and understand my motive and the work I am doing. If you can understand, be with me. So as Patanjali says, I'll teach you samyama, experiencing and expressing the extraordinary experiences and powers from superconsciousness through your body and mind in progression. So I request all of you, devotees, disciples, satsangis, participants in our satsang centers, not to miss even a single instruction and go through the whole process intensely, sincerely in progression. I bless you all to live, achieve, experience, express, radiate, and share the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Sadashivasamarambaam Shankaracharyamanyamam Asmadacharyaparyantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees who are sitting around the world with us at this moment. Without even internet connection, in the ashram, just through Skype, as on now, 322 places, 130 cities and 19 countries are sitting with us. And some of these countries are on two-way with me. Dubai, Petaling Jaya, Malaysia, Singapore, Los Angeles, San Jose, Atlanta. They are all two-way connection with me. I am seeing all of them doing Pada Puja. Dubai, my blessings to you guys. I accept your Pada Puja and your sincere devotion and love. I am very happy. And just now I have been informed in Taramangalam center. They are sitting with us now live. Continuously enormous quantity of vibhuti is getting materialized out of Paduka. They are removing. They say the huge quantity is continuously pouring out. In Taramangalam, my blessings to Taramangalam. And come on, now start. You will see, you will receive kumkuma also. It's time we enter into satsang. Today's subject is samyama, technology of extraordinary powers. Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, 111th Sutra, in the 3rd chapter, 5th verse, Sutra is Tajjayat Prajna Alokaha Tajjayat Prajna Alokaha. Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra as through the attainment of the samyama comes light of knowledge. Swami Prabhavananda translates this sutra as through the mastery of samyama comes the light of knowledge. Swami Sachidananda translates as by the mastery of samyama comes the light of knowledge. Osho translates this as by mastering it, the light of higher consciousness. I will give my understanding, my experience on this sutra. Tajjayat prajnalokaha. The key word in the sutra, in which the sacred secret is embedded, hidden, is prajna. The word prajna should be understood very deeply. Prajnanam Brahma. We have Mahavagya in the tradition. Prajnanam Brahmam. Knowledge is reality. This word prajna, if it is understood, the confusions in the translation and understanding of samyama will be cleared. You need to understand this word prajna. As I explained yesterday, samyama is the science of experiencing and expressing the extraordinary experiences and powers from the superconsciousness through your body and mind. See, your superconscious has all powers. It is all pervading, all knowing, eternal. But your body and mind needs to be prepared so that it can experience and express those extraordinary experiences and powers. Please understand, there are different category of people in the spiritual realm. Some who experienced extraordinary experiences and expressed those experiences, that's all. They are called great Vedantic enlightened masters, like Ramana Maharshi. He had one of an amazing superconscious experience through the samyama on death. A spontaneous samyama on death happened in him at the age of 16, and that's it. He stayed in that experience forever and gave that experience to many. There are some other masters experienced extraordinary powers and expressed only those powers to the world, like a teleporting, materializing, appearing in few places at a time. Great yogis levitating. I have seen many, I have heard of many. There are rare few incarnations who experience the highest experiences and extraordinary powers and expressed both to the world through their body and mind. I want my sannyasis to experience all the highest experiences and powers and express it with the world. I do not want my sannyasis and my rishis to be just theologians. I am not running a seminary. It is an ugly word. No. I don't want you guys to be just theologians prepared in seminary. I want you guys to be flowers of the mystery school. Theologians in the seminary. Just like parrot memorizing words and repeating it, blah, 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 blah. No. I want you guys to be the flowers of the mystery school, where you know experientially all the deepest secrets of life, and you have ability to express the extraordinary powers of superconsciousness. Break the body and mind to make yogic body, Vedic mind, yen life. Yogic body, Vedic mind, yen living. Understand? Break the body and mind. You need to experience the deepest truths of body and mind. Your body and mind is like a clay. Every day you can make as you want. All you need is just reclaim the superiority over your body and mind. It's like you have some lands in your native place which you did not bother. You were working somewhere and somebody else was trying to occupy. All the ghosts, naturally all the eyes will fall on your land. But suddenly, if you decide to go there and declare and put a board, it's my land, that's it, nothing else. All the fellows will run away.
Reclaim, that's all. Same way, your body is also, when you don't reclaim, the tamasic, devilish intellectual mind, it possesses your body. Please understand, this is the worst abusal happening to your body and mind. Reclaim it. Consciously own it. Create as you want. Create yogic body, Vedic mind, yen life. Extraordinary experiences and powers. Please understand, Samyama is the technology of extraordinary experiences and powers. It is not just some useless beliefs. No. I'll prove the Samyama is an extraordinary science. I can give you a simple technique now for you to discover the power of Samyama. I'm initiating all of you into this technique. Just have a plate or bowl of water, make a small Dhruva grass or a needle to float on the water, concentrate on it, do Samyama on it. Samyama means intensely put your awareness on that needle. After a few minutes you will see your inner space is kind of entering into a mood where the idea of you and that needle is no more separate. The idea is slowly getting dissolved. Idea is slowly getting dissolved. Please understand. At that moment, when you feel the intense oneness with that needle or a grass, give a command, move right, left, straight, down. Simply the dhruva, the grass or the needle or the object will listen to you. You can test today and send me the results by email. From today, I'll conduct all the satsangs like a regular class. I'll give you one exercise every day. Work on it and send me your report. I'll further answer, update, upgrade your understanding. From today, I declare all our satsang centers are branches of my mystery school, where we will work on the great mysteries of Patanjali, Samyama. Please understand, especially if you have levitated even once, if you have experienced physical levitation even once, you are ready for Samyama. Your Samyama will be intensely powerful. So you don't need to be worrying whether you have a capacity for Samyama or anything. So our satsang centers are not dry, dull, boring seminaries, theology seminaries. No, we are not theology seminaries. We are mystery school.
We are Naimisharanya. Please understand. We are not even a monastery. We are much more than a monastery. We are Naimisharanya. Naimisharanya means where these great truths are taught, experimented, and people are made to experience it. People are made to experience it. So, I want all of you to understand, experiment, and experience this great truth. By Tarana, Dhyana, Samadhi. Please understand. All these three put together is what we call Samyama. By Samyama, the knowledge is achieved. Lighting up of your consciousness happens. Understand? You are a human being with all extraordinary possibilities. That is what I call you are God living in human body. All extraordinary possibilities exist in you. Extraordinary physical and mental possibilities exist in you. Like simple training can make you float in the water, swim in the water. Same way, very simple things of the life, very simple things of the life, please understand, very simple understandings in the life, very simple changes in the life can make you experience extraordinary experiences and powers and release it through the system. Like acquiring wealth and health, all human beings should work to acquire at least few extraordinary powers, few extraordinary experiences. Otherwise, life is waste. Life is waste. Don't go to gurus who waste your time just making you listen more and more and more words and putting you in depression. Go to gurus who are giving you direct experiences and making you express extraordinary powers. Extraordinary powers prove that you are practicing authentic yoga, authentic Patanjali Sutras. If you are not experiencing and expressing extraordinary powers, forget about it. Forget about those gurus. Extraordinary power is the landmark, qualification, milestone of Hindu yogic Vedantic tradition. All the masters who are remembered in Hindu yogic Vedantic traditions have expressed extraordinary powers, not just experiences alone. The experience should express in the physical realm. That's what I call powers. Just if people experience Kundalini awakening and my presence, it is expressing extraordinary experiences, that's it. But Samyama is something more than that. Samyama is not only expressing extraordinary experiences, expressing casually extraordinary powers also. If the Vibhuti is also coming, then Samyama is happening. The powers of Samyama
is getting expressed. So now I can classify our centers. Our centers who are experiencing only samadhi level and centers who are experiencing the samyama level of connection. I want all our centers to be the sincere mystery school. Let's bring life with extraordinary experiences and powers as reality. Let's bring life with extraordinary experiences and powers as reality. I can say one of the greatest lessons I myself learned from this yogic tradition is the fellows who are just juggling with the intellectual words, for this kind of people only. Beautifully Shankara sings, Bhaja Govindam, Govindam Bhajamutamade, Samprapte Sannihite Kale Nahi Rakshati Tukrunjikarani. The Tukrunjikarana, the grammar of Sanskrit, will not help when death comes to you. Only the extraordinary experience and stability you have and the powers you achieve will stand by you, raise you to the higher levels. Extraordinary powers should be relinquished after achieving. I have seen these fools, idiots renouncing before even having. Ramakrishna says a very beautiful story. One miser merchant who sells puffered rice was selling puffered rice in a village religious festival. There was a temple festival, Vishnu festival. He was selling puffered rice. Many sadhus, Bairagi sadhus came to that festival. Many of them went to him for alms. He did not give even a handful of puffered rice. He said, get lost, get lost. He was driving all of them, chasing them. But suddenly there was big storm. Even the temple priest asked for a handful of puffered rice for the deity. He said, nothing doing, get lost. But there was a storm. In that wind, all the puffered rice is lifted and started flying. Now this guy can't do anything. Then suddenly, his great renunciation and devotion and spirituality is awakened. Narayana Arpanamastu, Narayana Arpanamastu. I offer all these things to Narayana, Narayana. Means what? Renouncing because you can't do anything. Ramakrishna retains the great innocence of the village. What a beggar has to renounce, tell me? Only his begging bowl, in which he has written his name 10 times. Nothing else. So it is time we teach the world. A real renunciation is have it and renounce it. If you are renouncing wealth, have wealth, then renounce. If you are renouncing life, first have life, then renounce. So I have seen in my village, next to my house, there was one tailor shop. That fellow will have only one tailoring machine. If he starts stitching, whole world will know because of that sound. Boing, 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 grrr. All kinds of sound, and he will put a very third-rate cheap grease. That's grease smell. Almost like a punishment for all five senses. This huge sound and grease smell. Morning around 8 o'clock, he will come and start that peddling. Boing, boing, grrr, grrr. All sounds will come. After half an hour, it will be almost like a donkey being overloaded and being beaten by the washerman. What will happen? For 10 minutes, he will drag, and then after that you have to beat. Then after 5 minutes, he will lie down. That's it. Same way this tailoring machine. For half an hour, it will drag with all sounds. And then finally, it will give some big screech and stop. And it will take for the tailor fellow half an hour more to repair and start again. After half an hour, it will stop. The most funny part is, after 1 or 2 hours, he cannot stitch with that machine. He will dump and go to all different shops, neighbor shops, and sit and chat. And not only that, this fellow's biggest pride is the devotee of Ayyappa. So he claims, I never close my shop, Ayyappa takes care. What is there to take care of that? There is nothing to be stolen. And he will go around and tell everybody, see, I am Ayyappa's devotee and my shop is always open. Nothing is there to take care. His whole shop is totally worthy of maybe a few hundred rupees. And you can't steal also anything. And even if you steal, it will not work. And he had a bicycle, I know. No mudguard, no bell, no brake. It's barely 2.5 bones. And it's a great art to drive that bicycle. But one good thing with the bicycle is, you will not have any problem because the sound and the way the bicycle goes, anybody who comes in front will be frightened and move out and give way. It's almost like a pilot vehicle. How the police pilot vehicle, if it goes with siren, no vehicle will come in front, like this only this cycle. This fellow will not lock his cycle anywhere, whether in the temple or outside his shop. Wherever he was, the cycle will be lying down. Nobody will lock. He will never lock. Who will steal that? Nobody will steal. This kind of renunciation is useless. Useless renunciation. The renunciation and surrender should be intelligent and rich. First of all, have to share. have to share or renounce. Even the extraordinary powers. Samyama. The capacity or the power, ability to experience the extraordinary experiences and powers, and then either enjoy or renounce as you want. So understand, but whether to live or leave or enlighten or the experience and express the extraordinary powers of consciousness, samyama is basic need. So, through next sessions, in the next sutras, we will continue to explore, experience the deeper secrets of samyama, the technology of extraordinary powers. That's the exact word I wanted to use. Samyama means the technology of extraordinary experiences and powers. We'll explore as per Patanjali. This moment, 352 places and 140 cities and 23 countries are sitting with us. I bless all of you and initiate you into one technique of samyama today. Have a bowl of water or water in plate, make a grass, Graha grass or any grass to float, do samyama on it intensely at least for 21 minutes. By the time you feel that you are deeply connected to that object, give instruction, command to move left, right or center any way you want. You will see that object moves. Now, I am initiating you all into this samyama. You will see it really works. So I request all the devotees to try this samyama process today and send me your experiences. So tomorrow, we will enter into the deeper and deeper levels of samyama. So from today, we start the Yen Mystery School all over the world. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, express and radiate the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you.
As and now, 544 places, 185 cities 25 countries are sitting with us live. It's almost like all the seekers all over the world are settling down every day morning. And I am seeing the map in all continents except Iceland, Greenland, where there are no human beings. Everywhere. God. My blessings. Through this I am inaugurating the Malaysia Satsang Center. I'll be there, alive, and the Divine Presence will be there with you all. It will do good to all of you and to the whole Malaysia. My blessings. We'll start the Satsang. It is so funny to see. Aarti is done in one country and bell is rung in the other country. They forgot to ring the bell and he is ringing the bell here and chanting the mantra and Aarti is happening there. No, really there is no time and space for enlightened master. It's being literally proved. I don't know how many thousands of miles the difference. Master is sitting somewhere and the center is being inaugurated. Hundreds of people, more than 200 devotees are sitting. And one is doing Aarti in one place, the other one is doing ringing the bell and chanting mantra in another one place. And both are being coordinated. I am seeing the Aarti being done and the ringing bell. I am hearing the sound and the mantra. And they are also seeing the Aarti being done and the mantra being chanted and the bell being rung. Naimisharanya with video conferencing. The modern day Naimisharanya. Modern day Naimisharanya with video conferencing. I assure the world, understand, with these modern day facilities, at least 10 lakh people, I'll make them enlightened. I'll make enlightened. Now I am confident. I can see very clearly how all over the world I can see the intensity with which we are spreading and the intensity with which this great science, the science of living, the science of being, the science of unclutching is spreading, and the enthusiasm, energy, wow. So this moment, 201 cities, 645 places, 23 countries. And this number is just increasing, increasing, increasing. Before entering into the subject, some questions. This is from Nitya Kripanidhi. For yogis who are currently doing 108 Surya Namaskars daily, is it okay to practice N Kriya immediately after doing the Surya Namaskar? Also on days that we don't have enough time to do both 108 Surya Namaskar and N Kriya, what are the pros and cons of doing 108 Surya Namaskars versus N Kriya? Kripanidhi, if you have time, do both 108 Surya Namaskar and N Kriya. If you don't have time, I'll prefer N Kriya than 108 Surya Namaskar. N Kriya will do much more good than 108 Surya Namaskar. So go for N Kriya. So, dear Swamiji, this is question from Nitya Shantini, Seattle. Every day when I sit for meditation and your discourse, I feel the utmost bliss and peace. I'll feel this throughout the night and into my sleep. The next morning I have to go to school again, but I feel bored with it. First thing in the morning I have to sit for math class, and I can't help but be incredibly bored. What do I do? Yesterday you said that once one experiences Kundalini awakening, we should take at least 3 months off for it to settle. Do I do that with the school? Please help. Nitya Shantini, Seattle. Nitya Shantini, are you there? Can you raise your hand? Okay. I think she's not there. Okay, the father can go on. Charana, you can give my reply to her. Please go to the school properly. Taking 3 months off you can do during your vacation. Now do the school properly. Please Charana, please be seated and give this information to her. Tell her to do the school properly now, and later on she can take off. This is not the time for taking off. Please be seated. An Atlanta center is making a home temple, home Garbha Mandir, and they are building a temple. They want my blessings to all the Atlanta center. Soon it will become a Jakrat Devasthana, living temple. And new center opening in Malaysia today, the 3rd February 2011. The center is in north of Malaysia. Center is in Penang Island, in the heart of Georgetown. Will be a meditation yoga studio. Around 200 devotees are there, this inauguration. And my blessings, I already sent Paduka. And my blessings to all the devotees to make this center, for making this center as reality, who worked for this center. My blessings for Penang and Malaysia. The devotees who are opening the center today, my blessings to all of you. God. It's almost like first I have to finish this introduction and center inaugurations and temples and every day. Now let's enter into the Satsanga. Today, 110th Sutra, 3rd chapter, 4th verse. The subject is Samyama. Very powerful word. The word needs a clear definition. Samyama. Technology through which the extraordinary experiences and powers which are in your consciousness is expressed through your body and mind to the world is Samyama. Please understand. Your consciousness is all powerful, all knowing, all pervading, but preparing your body and mind to radiate and express some of those great experiences and expressions, some of those great all pervading, all knowing experiences and expressing those powers through your body and mind. That technology is what I call Samyamaha. Samyama is the applied science of pure yoga science. See, in science there is two parts. One, pure science, like a theory of gravity, theory of relativity. All this is pure science. Applied science means using those laws, theories in practical life. So till now, whatever you learned, dharana, dhyana, samadhi, all this is like a pure science. Samyama is applied science. Applied science brings value to pure science. Understand? Person who knows only pure science means the theories, who never learnt the applied science will always be beggar in consciousness. If these powers are not supposed to be experienced or expressed, then Patanjali will not be talking about Samyama. Understand? Patanjali only says it is a hindrance for enlightenment, but after achieving it, those things when it playfully expresses through you to inspire the people to achieve enlightenment, it is a great technology. The great incarnations who landed in the planet Earth and expressing these powers so casually, like Puttaparthi Sai Baba, Kalki Bhagavan. Understand? I am standing by all of them. The great incarnations on the planet Earth who are expressing these great powers and this applied science and inspiring the world to practice and promote these pure teachings, the pure science. From the time immemorial, Krishna materialized all kinds of stones all kinds of precious stones to a fruit seller. Just he accepted the puffed rice which Kuchela brought and gave him the boon, and the wealth was showering. Materializing, teleporting, healing and blessing is Hindu tradition, Vedic tradition. This is applied science. Levitation is the age-old Vedic tradition. This is applied science. Here I am very clearly standing by all the incarnations who are materializing, healing and teleporting and giving boons to devotees and disciples, using all the applied science to inspire people towards the pure science. Pure science can be kept alive only if the applied science is used in the world. Why will you bother to learn about the theory of gravity or theory of relativity if it is not going to be directly useful to your life? Come on. Why will you learn? So applied science is the direct utility of the pure science. See, even before I started materializing, teleporting, when people ask me my opinion about the gurus who teleport or materialize, I always tell, no, I don't have capacity, so I don't have a right to comment. Now that capacity or ability is expressing, even now I am not proud about or egoistic about it. I am saying, please understand, even before I was expressing all these powers, take out my discourses and see 3 years or 4 years before, when I was not casually expressing these powers. Take out those discourses and see my reference. When people ask me about the incarnations who express these powers of materializing, teleporting, levitation, healing and all that, I always referred them with a lot of reverence. I always said, you see, I don't have capacity. I have no right to talk about it. Now the divine is expressing through my body, it's okay, that's it. See, all the juicy parts of our religion is this applied science. If this applied science is wrong, of course it is wrong for the people who are not yet enlightened. Not for the people who are casually playing with it. Who are casually playing with it. So, I support all the gurus who are expressing this extraordinary applied science of Vedic tradition and inspiring people towards the pure science. Understand, there are some people who use this kind of extraordinary powers, but they don't inspire people towards the pure science. I say maybe that is one small trouble. But that does not mean all these great gurus, Sai Baba, Kalki Bhagavan, all of them, not only they use this applied science, they are inspiring people towards pure science. Expressing these great powers like a materializing, teleporting, healing, giving boons is part of pure Hinduism, representing Yoga Vedanta tradition, and all the great masters wanted these great powers to be expressed and people to be inspired towards the pure science. What these guys are talking? Now I am saying, if Patanjali really wants these powers to be expressed, if Patanjali really honestly felt the samyama should be applied, I bless all the people around the world who are sitting with us now. You guys will experience Kundalini awakening. This is the solid proof. Patanjali wants it. He wants a live religion where, like a child, with a childlike innocence, these powers are casually played with, showed to people, and people are inspired to follow the pure science. If you have the ability to do all these, perform all these extraordinary powers, and you show, then you tell this is not pure spirituality, then at least we can say, okay, this guy is little honest. All right. Samyama is the technology, the science, where all these great, extraordinary powers from your consciousness is experienced and expressed to the world through your body and mind. Samyama is the essence of Hindu tradition. Understand? It is the core of Vedic tradition. I tell all my disciples, devotees, and my sannyasis, let it be on record. Here I am promoting Samyama. Experience all extraordinary powers and experiences. Express it to the world as much as you can and inspire people towards pure science. Ramakrishna healed thousands of people. He made in the same branch 2 color flowers to appear. And hundreds of references are there where he materialized, healed, gave boons. all the great masters and incarnations who are expressing these great powers, like a healing. See, understand, see the practicality. Just by healing people, how many thousands I made them meditate and transform their lives and live a pure spiritual life. How many thousands have been transformed by the simple, the applied science power I am expressing, getting vibhuti. It is no harm. Who is being harmed by it? Nobody is harmed. Just playfully, in few places, some padhakas, some deities are giving vibhuti. But see, understand how many millions are inspired. 718 cities and 215 cities and 718 places and 26 countries are sitting with us now. It is because of healing. The applied science, the power of samyama. Because they experience levitation, they experience these extraordinary powers like a vibhuti materializing, and they are experiencing the power of being blessed with the boons. So many are transforming. Every day, millions are transforming all over the world. Here I am going to explain the powers of samyama every day, as per Patanjali. Not only going to express verbally, going to express experientially. The powers of samyama. Learn this experientially. See the powers of samyama and go to the masters only who has a capacity not just to talk, experientially show the powers of samyama. Only they know the science. So, understand? Here I am, clearly standing by Hindu yogic Vedic tradition. Hindu yogis are always recognized, respected, revered for the extraordinary samyama powers they express. See, in Hinduism, we never had theology seminaries. We created the ashrams where people are given training in this extraordinary mystery science, where people are taught to levitate, where people are taught to materialize, where people are taught to make people's intentions into reality. We are not theology seminaries. Just because they do not know the science of samyama, they go on abusing samyama. Let us enter into the science of samyama. Trayam ekatra samyamaha. The sutra, 110th sutra, in chapter 3, 4th verse. Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra as, when these three practice in regard to one object is samyama. Swami Prabhavananda translates this sutra as when these three, concentration, meditation and absorption are brought to bear upon one subject, they are called samyama. And Swami Sachidananda translates as, the practice of these three, dharana, dhyana and samadhi, upon one object is called samyama. And Osho translates this as, the three taken together, dharana, dhyana and samadhi, constitute samyama. I'll translate this word, samyama, as the technology through which concentration, contemplation and experiencing the pure consciousness, where the meditator and meditated becomes one, and experiencing the extraordinary experiences and powers and expressing it to the world is samyama. The technology through which you experience extraordinary powers and express it to the world is samyama. So, I bless you all to experience, achieve, live, express, radiate, and share the eternal bliss, Nityananda. Thank you. Sadashivasamarambam Shankaracharya-madhyamam Asmadacharya-paryantam Vande Guru-paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. And I welcome all the devotees and disciples sitting around the world with us at this moment. 292 places, 192 cities, 22 countries. Now we have an automatic information. Whoever logs in, the number of country, city, places we know. God. We actually expected from Mahashivratri, in 108 places around the world we will sit and create the N effect. Now I am very confident from Mahashivratri we will sit in 1008 places. Because yesterday the press meet was attended, 551 places, 314 cities, 45 countries. So, for Shivaratri, instead of sitting in 108 cities, we will be sitting in 1008 cities and 108 countries all over the world. And I tell you, 2012, 12 was the day we were planning that 10,000 people will sit together and levitate. Now I am saying, March 2nd, this Shivaratri, we will have 10,000 people sitting all over the world and levitating, creating the N effect. This Shivaratri itself, almost 1.5 years we preponed. I think more than 1.5 years. We preponed. This Shivaratri itself we will have 10,000 people sitting physically with me and all over the world, totally, at least 10,000, and experiencing the Kundalini awakening. We decided to take on negativity, destroy negativity. And I thank all the Indian media and international media again for reporting so truthfully, honestly, the whole press meet. From today morning, I've been showered from all the reports from all over the world. Everywhere, the whole vibration, the whole understanding has become different.
Let's enter into the satsang, the today's satsang. We are entering into the 109th Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, and in the 3rd chapter, 3rd verse, subject is Samadhi. I'll enter into the sutra. Tat yeva arthamatra nirbasam swarupa sunyam iva samadhihi. Swami Vivekananda translates this sutra as, when that dhyana gives up all forms and reveals only the meaning, it is samadhi. Swami Prabhavananda translates as, when in meditation the true nature of the object shines forth, not distorted by the mind of the perceiver, that is absorption. Swami Sachidananda translates as, Samadhi is the same meditation when there is a shining of the object alone, as if devoid of form. Osho translates as, Samadhi is when the mind becomes one with the object. Again, I wanted to dig out and reveal the sacred secret in the sutra. Please understand. The sacred secret in the sutra is revealed in the technical term Swarupa Sunyam, Nirbasam Swarupa Sunyam, Iva Samadhihi. When the distance and difference in the name and form and substance between the mind and the object on which the mind was meditating not only dissolves, disappears into the highest frequency without even the trace of the mind and the object meditated upon, the space experienced is samadhi. I am also enjoying. Please understand, because I am not talking, I am also enjoying. Still I remember, I can't make 5 words at a stretch in English and make a statement with 5 words in English. I do not know how these technical terms are getting revealed. I am also enjoying. I can assure all of you one thing. Please understand, just because I do not know the language, and now these extraordinary technical truths are being revealed in the language which I never learnt or studied, from the language which I never learnt or studied, I can assure you 100%, these are pure truths expressing without any conditioning of the mind or the biomemory or the body with which I created my life. Please understand. The space from which the words came out of Patanjali's mouth, from that same exact space, honestly, without any corruption, the words are coming out. You are fortunate enough, not only you, not you are, just you are, we are fortunate enough to hear and enjoy those words. Because I neither learned Sanskrit nor learned English. And I am talking in English on the scripture which is written in Sanskrit. I wanted all of you to know, I am also excited every day for morning satsang. No, really. Otherwise, why do you think I'll sacrifice my morning sleep? That is the only pleasure I was having in my life. I will not get up in the morning. I will get up slowly by 7 o'clock. Will not even take bath, just brush the teeth, go around the banyan tree and be walking around as I want, when I want. That was the only pleasure. Means lying down in the morning. I tell you, why do you think I gave up even that? I am also enjoying the morning satsang. I am also excited. I am waiting because, understand, I am also learning Yoga Sutras every day morning. I am also learning. I'll clearly describe Samadhi. The stuff out of which your mind is made and the stuff out of which the object is made, on which your mind is meditating or contemplating, the both stuffs disappearing into one ultimate space, frequency, where even the trace of the mind or the mind stuff or the object stuff exists in its any form. That space is Samadhi. The only difference between Dhyana and Samadhi, I am revealing you the important sacred secret or the cosmic law. In Dhyana, mind and the object loses its name and form into a certain frequency which is beyond the mind and the object meditated upon. In Samadhi, not only the mind and the object loses its form, even the stuff out of which the mind is made or the stuff out of which the object is made, even that stuff loses its form, name, frequency and dissolves into that highest space, and it is non-retrievable, non-return zone. In Dhyana, the possibility for returning exists, but in Samadhi, the possibility for returning
does not exist. Please understand. The possibility for returning does not exist in samadhi. It is non-return zone. Samadhi is not end of your spiritual life. Please understand. I want you to understand. Samadhi is the beginning of your spiritual life. Till samadhi, you can just get back to the beginning point. Means you can lose everything. I have seen people losing just before samadhi. I have seen people even losing after satori. After satori, people just lose. But samadhi is the only space where you experience the non-return zone. I wanted you to understand this detail. I'll give you the difference between dhyana and samadhi so that this sacred secret sinks in you very deeply. Come on, Vimala Devi, Redondo Beach Center. See your Paduka. Vibhuti is coming. In few minutes, you will have Vibhuti from your Paduka. All right. They will have it now. Side by side, the job is going on. One side, you see, I could see like an octopus, a cosmic octopus. This body is being used, which is residing in samadhi now. It's actually a fulfillment of my fantasy. I always used to feel I should listen to all these great scriptures from somebody who is in that state. At least I am fulfilling others' fantasies. Of course, now I am also listening, so no problem. I am also feeling fulfilled. I could see the body is in samadhi and all these words coming out. And not only the words are coming out, and everywhere around the world, that people are feeling connected. These words are being taken to them and it is becoming experience in their system. I wanted to let you know, see now I felt very clearly because I was seeing her for a few seconds and she was intensely connected to me, the Redondo Beach Center, Vimala Devi. I could see very clearly whatever words I am uttering is becoming reality inside our space. That's the reason I uttered this word. The Vibhuti is coming. You will see now, it is coming. In our space, this word is becoming reality. Thousands of people sitting around the world as on now, 342 place, 221 city and 22 country. These words are just going and becoming reality in them. The explanation about samadhi is putting the seed of samadhi in them. Understand? A complete right technical understanding of any sacred secret concealed in the sacred text immediately puts the seed in you to experience that sacred secret as reality. So as on now,
this moment, 342 places, 221 cities, 22 countries, the seed of samadhi is being sown into thousands of people. I wanted to define samadhi once more in a very clear way, with a deep understanding. Dhyana means, I'll give you the example of you meditating on me. Dhyana means the idea of your name and form and my name and form will disappear into certain experience where you will not remember your individual identity or my individual identity. This is dhyana. Samadhi means in a space where the stuff out of which you are made and stuff out of which I am made both disappear, only that space exists, and it is impossible for you to get back to the original state in which you were before the samadhi, or for me it is impossible to get back to the space in which I was before the samadhi. That space is what I call samadhi. Now I have sown the seed of dhyana and samadhi in all of you. All I want you to do, try to go on rethinking. I am using the word rethinking because no other word. In Sanskrit we have a word called manana. Manana means soaking your being in this sacred truth. It's like how these flies go and sit in the cup of honey and try to sip the honey. Finally, because their legs are smeared with the honey, they can't use their wings to fly and disappear into the honey. Of course, they die. But in this case, you will not die. When you sit on manana, means rejoicing in the sacred truths. They will be so joyful, ecstatic. All your senses will be smeared with that ecstasy of the truth. Your mind, wing, will lose its power to take you out of that honey and dissolve into the joy of honey. Please understand, here you are not dying, you are becoming immortal. The example of honey and flies, they die. But here you become immortal because the honey here is not dead object, it is living energy. It is living, independent intelligence. All I want you to do is contemplate. Do manana of this truth. If you can, these few statements I made, the technical sacred secrets I made now, put it in your iPod, put it in the rewinding mode. Continuously let it repeat. Let it repeat. Let it repeat. When you meditate on me, your identity, name and form, my identity, name and form, disappearing into certain frequency is meditation, dhyana. But the stuff out of which you are made and the stuff out of which I am made, both of them disappearing, into certain space, never to come back as they were before disappearance, is samadhi. Just go on contemplating, do manana on this word, that's enough. You don't need anything else. Understand? Your mind is nothing but words. So if the sacred secrets are again and again and again hammered on your mind, simply your mind dissolves into it and experiences the sacred reality, or the reality expressed through the sacred secrets. I am just in ecstasy every day because I feel I am honestly doing the job for which I assumed the body. I really feel I am doing the job for which I assumed the body. Let's study deeply this sutra. Tat eva arthamatra nirubasam swarupa sunyam iva samadhihi. That meditation verily having the purpose alone, shining forth, and the form or the essence becomes empty into that final highest space, never to return to its form before samadhi, is samadhi. The whole Vedic consciousness is centered on this one word, samadhi. It is so sacred, so secret, still this word is fresh even for me. Please understand. It is too sacred for anybody even to think they know it. It is too sacred for anybody even to think they know the meaning. And I am here very honestly saying to all of you, still this word excites me. Still I feel I am new to samadhi. Then I don't know what you are supposed to feel. No, really. That is the reason I can go on and on and on, explain the various dimensions and aspects of samadhi. I can tell you one thing. in you, even now, there is certain space which is residing in samadhi. You have two methods of reaching that space. Either catch some object outside of you, whether the form of a chosen deity or your guru, and go on doing the manana. Sometimes even a concept is enough. You may not need the form of a guru or form of a chosen deity, Ishtadevata. You may not need all that. Even a concept, a truth, Satya is enough. A sacred secret is enough. A sacred truth is enough. You can take up even this sacred truth, sacred secret on samadhi. You can take up any one, go on doing manana. Then, because of that binary experience, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, that is the way the meditation will happen. You will remember you and the sacred truth. Sacred truth and you. 0, 1, 0, 1, the binary experience will raise you to such a high frequency, it will explode and disappear into the samadhi space. That is one way. There is a second way. Just you go on unclutching in your inner space and dropping to the deepest space of you and disappearing into the samadhi space. In this too, any one is possible. Or you can even do both whenever you feel taste for any one thing. Please understand, I am breaking one of the big bondage. Usually this orthodox so-called yoga guru go on insisting on you to pick up any one path. Either working with an object or just diving into the subject. I give you the freedom. Not only I give you the freedom, Patanjali gives you the freedom. If you are working just with object or subject, you will feel little bored and depressed at times. I can tell you one thing honestly. When my people will become enlightened, I do not know. But I can be 100% sure. And even at this moment, if death comes, I will be so free. I will not have any load on my conscience. I never made anybody to suffer. Always my people were joyful, even till their enlightenment.